Hello, Internet. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. Happy Saturday, happy Catterday, happy International Women's Day. I didn't realize that was today. There is a fine irony to the fact that I am doing this on International Women's Day. And we're starting with a blowjob scene, which I think is very degrading to women. But that is the state of the union tonight. It's been a week. It's been a very busy week. They're back to banging here. I think they finally got the rest of the parts for the railings they've been waiting on. So hopefully it will be finished soon, though I'm told it's still going to be another 3 weeks. What they possibly have to do for 3 weeks, I have no idea. But it's been like 14 months of this, so I just want it over. I want my balcony back. So, in last week's adventure in so-called erotic boredom, we had their first time, well, her first time, his first time, doing it vanilla. And from the way he did it, she should never want to have sex again. Because either he has no idea the physicalities of a virgin or he didn't care. Because the way he went about it would have been extraordinarily painful for her. But she, of course, is so brain dead that she has no reaction to anything. And apparently orgasms at the drop of a hat. Oh, and we learned that she's not only just a virgin, that wasn't enough. We also learned she doesn't even masturbate because she just doesn't. Which again, fine, everybody do their own thing. But it's a little much. Well, it's a lot much actually. It's a lot much for her to be graduating college and be like that inexperienced. Not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying there's usually a reason for it. Usually that reason is being absolutely brainwashed from birth by religion. So, a little far-fetched in my opinion. Did anything else actually happen? We learned that the brother is still hooking up with Kate. They've been inseparable for like 2 whole days. We got more scenes of Gray insisting she eat, which those are just annoying because it. And we got two. I remembered clearly. We had 2 instances of her directly telling him, "No, you're not going to tell me what to do," and then immediately doing the thing that he was telling her to do. So, like, already, girl, you are fail at standing up for yourself at all because, like, literally, she says to him, "No, I don't want to eat right now. I think I'll hold on to my free will a little longer," and then immediately eats. And it's like, do you not understand, like, what you're supposed to be doing? Because that's not it. We had fire alarm testing this week, which that always goes over so well with the furries. They were not impressed. The kitty now just goes, "Let me in the bedroom. I'm sticking my head under a pile of clothes and nobody disturb me." You can see his tail like flicking side to side in the I'm annoyed way that kitties have. You know, whenever the tail is like thumping and thrashing a little bit, that's an annoyed kitty. If they have just lazy, like languid tail, then they're happy. And if their tail ever puffs up till it looks like a Christmas tree, that's a scared kitty. That helps something's gonna eat me. Definitely need this. Yes, yeah, we are starting off hot tonight. We stopped like mid-sex scene because the chapter was atrociously long, and then it picks up in the next chapter, which is also really long. Oh, which is why we'll get through chapter 7. That's like 35 pages. And we'll do some of chapter 8. I have drawn a line in it uh, for where it looked like a pretty reasonable place to stop. So hopefully that will go okay. Hopefully I've timed it out correctly. Alright, that should just about do it. So, all rise for the national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. Our hats off to them. Oh, and my camera's doing the thing. Oh, I hate when it does this. Alright, give me 2 secs to try and adjust. It's gonna go off for a second, but it should fix. There we go. I don't know why it does that super zoomed in thing sometimes. It's like it just misreads something. But hello everyone, good to have you here. I took the clips, the rings off of this. It's so much lighter now. I should have done that weeks ago. But let's introduce our pantheon of ducks. We have a new level to the duck stage. All shiny. I gotta figure out. I gotta put a shade on this light. There's a light here and needs a shade because it's causing a diffuse effect. But for now, we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, and Bob with 2 B's. So that is our current panel of ducks. We got 10 more ducks in the bag, I think. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it 9? Is it only 9? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, there's 10. Okay, there's 10. You still have 10 ducks left. Most of them don't know what they are. So for $10, link should be at the top. You can sponsor a duck and name it. For 25, I'll put on these handcuffs. This is my red light special tonight because these help. I don't know why, but they help with the reading of the cringe and the non-con. So yeah, for 25 bucks, I'll put these on for 20 pages because that's how I can split it evenly because we can't go by chapters anymore because this book doesn't have chapters because somebody thought that was clever. So 25 if you love me. And of course, for $50, if you're out of your mind, I will chug this glass of wine, which will be filled a little less than it is right now. I overfilled that a little. Oops. But I was for once I was seriously debating like pre-drinking before the show tonight. I really was. It's just too early. I can't. Because oh boy, are we starting off lit. I reserve the right to vomit at any moment. Chapter 7. Sunday, May 22nd, 2011. This is after they have had sex for the first time, and he has taken her virginity and also declared, "You are mine, don't ever forget it." Because that's exactly what you want to hear after. Yeah, just, oh my god. Oh, that reminds me, we have a new addition tonight. We have a real red flag. I'm so proud of this because I sewed it myself. So I'm proud of this. So yeah, we have a proper red flag to wave now. Isn't it pretty? Isn't that pretty and shiny? And it's a little burned on the edges, which is appropriate because it's a synthetic material that kept shedding. And so I had to melt the edges and got a little on fire. But that's okay. It looks red on the screen, and that's all I care about. I'll take it. So we have our red flag. Hi, Sethel! Yes, we have a proper red flag now. I'm so happy. And thank you for being here, you and your dragons. My lipstick's way short, so it's hard to put on right now, which is irritating. They stopped making my favorite shade. It's not allowed. Okay, lipstick companies, once you start making a shade, you're required to make it for a lifetime, okay? You cannot discontinue my favorite colors. You can still get it on like eBay right now because it just like got discontinued, but the shipping is insane. I wake with a start and a pervading sense of guilt as if I've committed a terrible sin. See, again with the self-awareness, because yes, is it because I fucked Anastasia Steele, virgin? She's snuggled up fast asleep beside me. I check the radio alarm. It's after 3 in the morning. Ugh. Anna sleeps the sound sleep of an innocent. Well, not so innocent now. My body stirs as I watch her. He cannot go 5 seconds. I could wake her. Fuck her again. There are definitely some advantages to having her in my bed. Oh my god. Yeah, she's convenient and close at hand for further use. That's why having her in your bed's a good. Oh my god, he's such. The level of immaturity is so. Gray, stop this nonsense. Fucking her was merely a means to an end and a pleasant diversion. Yes, very pleasant. More like incredible. It was just sex, for fuck's sake. I close my eyes in what will probably be a futile attempt to sleep, but the room is too full of Anna. Her scent, the sound of her soft breathing, the memory of my first vanilla fuck. Okay, you've got to not use the word fuck so much on one page, and the doggy wants attention. And I made him wait earlier so he gets it. Hello, hello, let me get your feet so you don't get tangled, because that would be really bad. Hello, yes, hi. He's been waiting for this. As soon as I put on the tie, He was like, pick me up, and I had to tell him to wait. Okay, don't take the lipstick off. I don't have that much of it. I know you're trying to help. I know. I know you're trying to help. Okay, say hi. Let everyone see your little face. He's going, what are you doing? This is not how you hold me. I don't approve of this. No, I'm gonna climb now. Now I have. Now there's dog hair on my mouth. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, now he looks worried because he's like, what did I do? What did I do? Did I do wrong? I didn't mean to do wrong. I'm good, puppy. Really, I'm good. Don't forget to feed me. He is acting like you didn't get cheese today. Okay, come here. Come here. Yes, go like this. Go like this. Yeah. Yes, rub the belly. Rub the belly, rub the belly, rub the belly. Yes, rub the belly, 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 belly. Isn't he a good boy? Okay, say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm a good baby. Yes, I'm a good baby. Okay, I'll put you on your pillow. There you go. There you go. Good baby. Messed my tie all up. Now, of course, he has to go for food. Visions of her head thrown back in passion, of her crying out a barely recognizable version of my name, and her unbridled enthusiasm for sexual congress overwhelmed me. Okay, again, this is the world's most delusional version of a virgin ever. She feels no pain, even though he was an absolute monster about how he went about things, and has multiple orgasms and looks and acts and sounds like a porn star. Like, there is a friend of mine who, as a joke, says that E.L. James cannot possibly be female because she writes from such a strongly male fantasy perspective. Miss Steele is a carnal creature. She will be a joy to train. My cock twitches in agreement. Let's see. Let's start a page count for how many pages can we go without him referencing his cock or his cock being a character? Because his dick is its own character. I'm highlighting that shit because that's gonna make me laugh forever. Shit. I can't sleep. So tonight it's not nightmares that keep me awake, it's Little Miss Steele. Climbing out of bed, I collect the used condoms from the floor, knot them, and dispose of them in the waste paper basket. Who ties up a condom? Who does this? Also, why? From the chest of drawers, I pull out a pair of PJ pants and drag them on. With a lingering look at the enticing woman in my bed, I venture into the kitchen. I'm thirsty. Once I've had a glass of water, I do what I always do when I can't sleep. I check my email in my study. Taylor has returned and is asking if he can stand Charlie Tango down. Stephen must be asleep upstairs. I email him back with yes, though at this time of night it's a given. Back in the living room, I sit down at my piano. This is my solace, where I can lose myself for hours. Couldn't even change it to like not a piano so it wouldn't be so on the nose for being Twilight. He couldn't like play the cello or something? Or violin? Hi, Persnickety! And hello, Sasha. Because I know she's on the couch with you. Ugh. I've been able to play well since I was 9, but it wasn't until I had my own piano in my own place that it really became a passion. When I want to forget everything, this is what I do. And right now, I don't want to think about having propositioned a virgin, fucked her, or revealed my lifestyle to someone with no experience. Hey, idiot, how about before you show her the red room, you ask her, do you know what BDSM is? You could have saved yourself the trouble there. With my hands on the keys, I begin to play and lose myself in the solitude of Bach. A, m- a moment distracts me from the music, and when I look up, Anna's standing by the piano, wrapped in a comforter, her hair wild and curling down her back, eyes luminous. She looks stunning. Sorry, she says. I didn't mean to disturb you. Why is she apologizing? Surely I should be saying that to you. I play the last notes and stand. You should be in bed. I chide. He cannot stop for 1 second. That was a beautiful piece. Bach. Transcription by Bach, but it's originally an oboe concerto by Alessandro Marcello. It was exquisite but very sad. Such a melancholy melody. Melancholy. It would be the first time someone has used that word. It wouldn't be the first time someone has used that word to describe me. Oh, strap in. We're having a flashback scene with Layla. And I swear her name is spelled differently in this one. May I speak freely, sir? Layla is kneeling beside me while I work. The fucking arrogance. You may. Sir, you are most melancholy today. Am I? Yes, sir. There's some. Is there something you would like me to do? This is gonna get worse. I shake off the memory. Oh, thank God. There's gonna be more. It's gonna go back. It's gonna be like a time when he was a real bastard to her, or like when they broke up or something. But we're gonna get more of that scene. Mark my words. Anna should be in bed. I tell her so again. I woke and you weren't there. I find it difficult to sleep, and I'm not used to sleeping with anyone. I've told her this, and why am I justifying myself? I wrap my arm around her naked shoulders, enjoying the feel of her skin, and guide her back to the bedroom. So we've already. Hello, Madame Malaminse. Good to see you. You're not that late. We're only like 2 pages in. He's infantilizing her and barking orders as usual while playing the piano because he's Edward. Ugh. Hey. How long have you been playing? You play beautifully. Since I was 6. I'm abrupt. Oh, she says. I think she's taken the hint. I don't want to talk about my childhood. How are you feeling? I ask as I switch on the bedside light. I'm good. There's blood on my sheets. Her blood. Evidence of her now absent virginity. I seriously think he didn't understand the physicalities of her being a virgin. But she also has, like, either a ridiculous pain tolerance or she's too brain dead to feel anything. Because, yeah, the way he deflowered her should have made her, like, be screaming for several hours. How are you feeling? There we go. Her eyes dart from the stains to me and she looks away embarrassed. Well, that's going to give Mrs. Jones something to think about. She looks mortified. It's just your body, sweetheart. See, now I already have a place I need to burn it. I grasp her chin and tip her head back so I can see her expression. I'm about to give her a short lecture on how not to be ashamed of her body when she reaches out to touch my chest. Fuck. I step out of her reach as the darkness surfaces. No, Don't touch me. Get into bed, I order, rather more sharply than I intended, but I hope she doesn't detect my fear. Okay, again, 2-second conversation. I don't like people touching my chest. Please do not do that. Okay? I have had to have this conversation because I can't stand people touching my back or my hair. It makes me freak the fuck out, especially if it's unexpected and I don't know you're there. There's a good chance I'm going to throw juice over my shoulder and snap a glass in two in one hand. Okay? I would rather that didn't happen at social events, but a friend of mine forgot and it did. I felt really bad about breaking the glass because it was a nice one with sunflowers painted on it, and I could tell it was really old. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because there was like I I think they kissed some and he like ran his thumbnail up her leg or something, but that was like the only foreplay. There was no like preparing of the down there, and he just literally lined it up and just went balls deep in one thrust. That was his way of deflowering her. And it's like, oh dear God, that would just be the worst on so many levels. Her eyes widen with confusion and maybe hurt. Damn. Yeah, because he's already treating her like she's his sub. He's already doing it, and she's hasn't signed anything or said yes yet. I'll come and lie down with you, I add as a peace offering, and from the chest of drawers I pull out a t-shirt and quickly slip it on, for protection. She's still standing, staring at me. Bed, I command more forcefully. She scrambles into my bed and lies down, and I climb in behind her, folding her in my arms. I bury my face in her hair and inhale her sweet scent. Autumn and apple trees. What is this, the fourth or fifth scent that she's had? At least the other one, the scent of people, was consistent. This girl keeps changing. Facing away, she can't touch me, and while I lie there, I resolve to spoon with her until she's asleep. Then I'll get up and do some work. Tell me how this is any different than a parent putting a child to bed. He orders her to bed and then does the okay, I'll lay down with you until you fall asleep thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. He indeed. Very much so. Oh yeah. If he was not rich, like his family thinking he was some kind of celibate virgin would probably be accurate. Sleep, sweet Anastasia. I kiss her hair and close my eyes. Her scent fills my nostrils, reminding me of a happy time and leaving me replete, content even. Oh, now we have more baby talk. Mommy is happy today. She is singing about what love has to do with it, and cooking, and singing. My tummy gurgles. She's cooking bacon and waffles. They smell good. My tummy likes bacon and waffles. They smell so good. How much of that am I going to have to put up with? Opening my eyes, light is flooding through the windows, and there's a mouth-watering aroma coming from the kitchen. Bacon. Momentarily, I'm confused. Is Gail back from her sisters? Then I remember. Anna. A look at the clock tells me I'm late. I bounce out of bed and follow my nose to the kitchen. There's Anna. She's wearing my shirt. Her hair in braids, dancing around to some music. Only I can't hear it. She's wearing earbuds. Unobserved, I take a seat at the kitchen counter and watch the show. She's whisking eggs, making breakfast, her braids bouncing as she jiggles from foot to foot. And I realize she's not wearing underwear. Okay, I could not be in my kitchen and not be wearing underwear. Or at least like pants. Good girl. She has to be one of the most uncoordinated females I've ever seen. It's amusing, charming, and strangely arousing at the same time. I think of all the ways I can improve her coordination. When she turns and spots me, she freezes. Good morning, Miss Steele. You're very energetic this morning. She looks even younger in her braids. Yeah, that's why you shouldn't write it that way. I slept well, she stammers. I can't imagine why, I quip, admitting to myself that I did too. It's after 9. When did I last sleep past 6:30? All right, before we turn the page, we have to eradicate something because I am calling her sweetheart. No, no, no. This has to go. So let's try not to set the book entirely on fire. We'll just do a little scorching. Come on. I said don't catch on fire. Oh, and I didn't burn through the part I highlighted. Next time I will check that. Okay, this really freaking burned. I mean, it smells fantastic, but that was not the goal. It was pretty good, though. I didn't set the whole page on fire. It's still going. After I'd slept with her, "Are you hungry?" she asks. Very. And I'm not sure if it's for breakfast or for her. Like, there's a difference in his head. Pancakes, bacon, and eggs, she says. Sounds great. I don't know where you keep your placemats, she says, seemingly at a loss. And I think she's embarrassed because I caught her dancing. Excuse me. Taking pity on her, I offer to set places for breakfast and add, would you like me to put some music on so you can continue your, dancing? Her cheeks pink and she looks down at the floor. Damn, I've upset her. Please don't stop on my account. It's very entertaining. With a pout, she turns her back on me and continues to whisk the eggs with gusto. I wonder if she has any idea how disrespectful this is to someone like me. But of course she doesn't. And for some unfathomable reason, it makes me smile. Sidling up to her, I gently tug one of her braids. I love these. They won't protect you. What? She's wearing pigtail braids. He tugs one and says, I love these. They won't protect you. What in the actual fuck? Like, what? Just what? What? I don't understand. I don't want to. Not from me. Not now I've had you. And let's all remember that after he had her for the first time, his closing words before falling asleep were, you are mine, and don't forget it. Because that's just not creepy at all. Right? Does it not? Like, does it not? And his repeated, like, emphasis on how young she looks. And he had the moment of wondering if she was too young for him, even though there's like 4 years. There's like 4 years between them. Like, he's not magically 10 years older in this. Even though what his company did, it changed entirely. Along with other things. Because she couldn't be bothered to keep her own continuity when writing the same book the second time. Which I don't understand. I mean, hell, those are things editors can do. Like, how would you like your eggs? Her tone is unexpectedly hoity, and I want to laugh out loud, but I resist. Thoroughly whisked and beaten, I reply, trying and failing to sound deadpan. She attempts to hide her amusement too, and I continues her task. Her smile is bewitching. Hastily, I set up the placemats, wondering when I last did this for someone else. Never. Normally, over the weekend, my submissive would take care of all domestic tasks. Not today, Gray, because she's not your submissive. Yet. And yet he is totally treating her like she is. She just doesn't know it because she doesn't know all the signs in the language yet, so she misses a lot of it. I pour us both orange juice and put the coffee on. She doesn't drink coffee, only tea. Would you like some tea? Yes, please, if you have some. In the cupboard, I find the Twinings tea bags I'd asked Gail to buy. Well, well, who would have thought I'd ever get to use them? She frowns when she sees them. Bit of a foregone conclusion, wasn't I? Yeah, nothing like having somebody's favorite tea bags in stock before you've had a date with them. That's not cocky or weird or stalkery at all. Are you? I'm not sure we've concluded anything yet, Miss Steele. I answer with a stern look. And don't talk about yourself like that. He didn't say that out loud. That would have been a nice thing to do, but he didn't. I add her self deprecation to the list of behaviors that will need modifying. I was trying to avoid that joke, Madam Malum. I'm not entirely sure what that actually is in that sense. I've heard of it, but I really am not actually sure what it is. Oh, don't be sorry. You are thoroughly encouraged here. We say and do way worse than that here. I have like 5 paddles and 3 whips next to me. And an actual red flag. I will not Google it because I don't want to see that right now. But is it would my spike whip be appropriate to use while doing it? Because I don't get to use this enough. Do I do bondage? Yes, I do. No, it's not too personal. No, I've been into it for a very long time, longer than I should have been given my current age, but that's what unsupervised internet time gets you. But yes, very much so. So that's why believe me, I was in it. I was very much active in the lifestyle when these books came out. I saw firsthand the damage they did, and that's why I got out of a lot of it, was because it became so toxic and there were so many douchebags showing up in fucking ripped jeans and a white t-shirt and acting like this dickhead and like thinking that they could just have anyone they wanted in the club and not having a clue that from the way I was dressed, I was a mistress and not a submissive, and you don't speak to me ever without my consent. You don't speak to me without a proper introduction. You certainly don't come up and like touch me in any way. Yeah, this book it really did change things. Like I'm not sure the community as at large has recovered. But yeah, the night I had like 3 different guys come up and start talking to me when they had no right to speak to me, it was like, okay, I'm so need to find a different club because I do not need to be shooing away wannabe idiots like that's some people do find out different once they get involved. Like one of the most common things, and I've seen this, I've gone through this with several people, is that men tend to think that because they are men, that they will be the dominant one, that that's the role that they should have because they're like in control and I'm a man and it's the power position even though it's not actually. Oh yeah, exactly. If you can't play by the rules, yeah. And I did get those guys thrown out because, and they didn't understand why they're being thrown out. And I'm like, because you spoke to me without permission, and one of you actually touched my shoulder without permission. You do not talk to me. Do you see what I am wearing? If you knew anything, you would know. This says I am a mistress. You do not speak to me. You notice how I have nobody next to me? Okay. Notice how I'm not kneeling. Nobody's holding a leash on me. You get it? But yeah, I've known a few guys who think that because they're a guy, they're the dom, and they quickly figure out that they're the sub because by especially people in high-powered jobs, this is very true. People who are like stockbrokers, judges, lawyers, surgeons, people in like high stress jobs. they're in charge all day. They're barking orders and making decisions and running the world all day. They need that switch when they get home. So that's why a lot of powerful guys become submissive, because then they don't have to think, they don't have to decide anything. There's no decisions. They get told what to do. And it involves your personal like predilections and kinks and stuff, because it spans the range. Bondage is just one aspect of it. There's all kinds of other kinks and fetishes that you mix in, and a lot of role playing, um, etc. So yeah, a lot of guys find that they like having somebody else, whether that's a woman or another guy or whatever, be in charge and tell them what to do, as long as there's that understanding of, you trade lists of likes and dislikes and do's and don'ts, because everybody has their limits. That's one thing she actually halfway got decent in this, is that there are hard limits and soft limits, and like those are nevers. Oh yeah, and it is fun. Like I do love, especially like when I play with somebody else's sub for a few minutes, and you know walk them around the club, and just give them random orders just to make them do it. That was always fun. Yeah. Yeah, ABDL is an interesting one. A lot of crossover into a lot of other areas. And that's one where, for me at least, you got to be careful. I think you'd make a good one. Start online. Find some chat rooms. Find some play toys, which is what I refer to the men that I sub as. Play toys or gym equipment, depending on what mood I'm in. But yeah, there's always chat rooms full of horny little boys wanting, mistress to spank them good. I was on the other page. I accidentally said that to my very naive, at the time under 18-year-old half sister once, because I didn't catch myself, and then I had to quickly come up with an explanation as to why I was calling men gym equipment. Though she did laugh too. But thankfully, she was too young to fully understand what I was saying. I didn't mean to say it. Yeah, not one of my best moments. Oh. She avoids my gaze, busy with serving up breakfast. 2 plates are placed on the placemats. Then she fetches the maple syrup out of the fridge. Oh, major foul! You never put maple syrup in the fridge! Come on, you gotta warm that up. That is a waste of good maple syrup. Also, you will seriously waste it, because if it's cold, it's so thick that you'll pour half the damn bottle on one stack of pancakes, and it makes your pancakes cold, and it doesn't taste very good, and it sticks to your teeth. No, you gotta warm up the maple syrup, always. Right? No, that is not Canadian. No, I can say, and this is true, this wine box now this is new. They started putting these stickers on all the alcohol. And yes, I live in the province where they took all American alcohol literally off the shelves. There's giant empty shelves with like sorry out of stock signs. Where at the top it says on like a permanent display, it says like American whiskey. It's all empty. Oh, that's okay. A lot of people can't smell. But yeah, I'm telling you, national patriotism has not been this high since the last time we were in an actual war. There is so much like proudly Canadian and made in Canada merch going crazy. Flag sales are like through the roof. there's hats, there's t-shirts, the Canada's not for sale, and the never the 51st state hat, proudly Canadian. They resurrected the beer commercials. And I remember these because I'm a 90s kid. I grew up with those. I think they were Molson Canadian beer commercials, or Coors possibly, but it was the guy gets up on a stage and he starts correcting all the misconceptions about Canada. Like, I do not live in an igloo, and it is a bout, not a boot. I do not play hockey or wear a toque. And they resurrected it and made a modern version of it with him talking about not being the 51st state, and they found the same actor. Oh yeah, it's all, yes, it is 100%. 100%, yeah. Yeah, 100% because of the tariffs and because of the jokes about annexing Canada. Because, like, coming from Trump, it's not always a joke. Like, you can't know what is serious and what is not. The dude is talking about annexing Greenland and Canada and Mexico and Puerto Rico. And it's like, is there anywhere you don't want to invade and conquer? Like, really trying not to do the Hitler comparisons, but you're not making it easy. Yeah, trust me. I remember when he was elected, every joke in America was that we had elected a Disney prince as prime minister. Because, yeah, if he was an actor, he would be playing Prince Charming in the live-action Cinderella, Snow White, and Sleeping Beauty. Because, yes, Prince Charming is a bigot. He married all of those women. It's actually true. Prince Charming has no name in all three of those. Therefore, it is the same person. I think the first Disney prince to actually have a name is Eric in The Little Mermaid. I think he's the first one to have a name. I'm sure you're not the only woman that's true for. There's a great, like, infamous photo of Melania Trump, like, got caught giving him dreamy eyes at a speech. And she ain't the only one. It's happened other times. He's good looking and he's charming. He's also married, by the way. He's married and he has kids. When she looks up at me, I'm waiting for her to sit down. Miss Steele, I indicate where she should sit. Mr. Gray, she replies, and with contrived formality, she winces as she sits. What? With contrived formality, she winces as she sits. Okay, and also, can we point out, she's now sitting on a chair with no bottoms of any kind on. Probably, like, while still, like, okay, I'm sorry, like, freshly torn hymen on an unsanitized chair with no panties. This is a really good way to get an infection. Yep. 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 Will happen. Oh yeah. Just how sore are you? I'm surprised by an uneasy sense of guilt. I want to fuck her again, preferably after breakfast. But if she's too sore, that will be out of the question. Perhaps I could use her mouth this time. And yes, he's about to. I need to be drinking. But notice how he comes like this close to having, like, actual concern and care for her in saying, I want to fuck her again, but I'm recognizing that she is still sore because it was her first time. And rather than saying I should take care of her, or I should, make sure she's okay, or, sex will have to wait a couple of days. No, he just switches to, I'll just use her mouth instead. Because again, she's a fuck doll. She's not a person, she's a fuck doll. That's it. So yeah. He broke one hole, he'll just use another. And on that note, I am having a drink. didn't even put this in the fridge and it's still cold just from coming home. We got a cold snap over pretty much yesterday and today. We didn't get any more snow where I am, but some places did. I think where I am, we're pretty much done with the snow because it rained a lot the last. Well, it didn't so much rain as it. You ever get liquid ice basically? It's not freezing rain. That's different. This is like big fat raindrops that are like frozen on the outside, but when they hit the ground, they splatter and then refreeze. And if they hit you, they really hurt. It's like just this short of hail. See, now that's one of the signs of the apocalypse. No, not like sleet. Sleet is like wet snowflakes. This is like if you imagine a shell of ice with like super cold water in it and then it hitting you and like spattering. Yeah, sleet is what we get after. Sleet is the big wet snowflakes that will completely stick to your windshield, and you suddenly wonder why you paid $60 for winter-proof windshield wipers, which are totally sucking and failing at the moment. Oh yeah, Chicago knows winter. I only know it from TV, but I know Chicago knows winter. Yep. Yeah, Chicago knows what a whiteout is too, and I live like in the middle of Three Lakes, so we get lake effect and whiteout effect. And it's very hard to explain to people how you can go from clear blue skies to absolute total whiteout in about 10 minutes. It comes on so fast. It comes up so fast. And sometimes you can see it. You can actually see it almost looks like huge, really dense clouds forming on the lake and see it push in across the water. It's really amazing to watch. But you also get we had some water spouts this winter too, which usually we only get those in the summer. So seeing them in the winter was quite something. The color in her face rises. Well, to be truthful, I have nothing to compare this to, she says tartly. Did you wish to offer your commiserations? Okay, have like a most people can tell you on a scale of like 1 to 5 how bad something hurts. Her sarcastic tone takes me by surprise. If she were mine, it would earn her a spanking at least. Maybe over the kitchen counter. No, I wondered if we should continue your basic training. Oh, she startles. Okay, reminder, she has not agreed to any kind of training or any kind of relationship or anything with him. This is in his head. Yes, Anna, we can have sex during the day too. And I'd like to fill that smart mouth of yours. I'm going to vomit. I take a bite of my breakfast and close my eyes in appreciation. It tastes mighty fine. When I swallow, she's still staring at me. Eat, Anastasia, I order. This is delicious, incidentally. We're back to. Can we also. Are we going to have any. Is there going to be even one chapter in this where he is not, like, attempting to force feed her? Like, I know that she is supposed to be an allegory for anorexia and the sister of Mia is bulimia. I get it. And E.L. James can say that's not intended all she wants, but it clearly is because it's there. Because she is constantly starving herself and denying food, and he's constantly trying to shove food down her throat. I don't know if that's supposed to be that some twisted way they're compatible or some shit. She can cook. And well. I wouldn't be judging that off breakfast. Anna takes one bite of her food, then pushes her breakfast around on her plate. I ask her to stop biting her lip. It's very distracting. And I happen to know you're not wearing anything under my shirt. She fidgets with her tea bag and the teapot, ignoring my irritation. What sort of basic training did you have in mind? She asks. She's ever curious. Let's see how far she'll go. Yeah, push the newbie. That's not a way to break people. Well, as you're sore, I thought we could stick to oral skills. She sputters into her teacup. Hell, I don't want to choke the girl. And yet he will. Later on, he does choke her, fully without consent, and even though it is something she has said is a hard limit no, he still does it several times. Gently, I pat her on the back and hand her a glass of orange juice. That's if you want to stay. I shouldn't push my luck. I'd like to stay for today, if that's okay. I have to work tomorrow. What time do you have to be at work tomorrow? 9. I'll get you to work by 9 tomorrow. What? I want her to stay? It's a surprise to me. Yes, I want her to stay. I'll need to go home tonight. I need clean clothes. We can get you some here. She flips her hair and gnaws nervously on her lip. Again. What is it? I ask. I need to be home this evening. Boy, she's stubborn. I don't want her to go, but at this stage with no agreement, I can't insist that she stay. Okay, this evening. Now eat your breakfast. She examines her food. Eat, Anastasia. You didn't eat last night. I'm really not hungry, she says. Well, given what you just said to her, yeah. This is, this is frustrating. I would really like you to finish your breakfast. My voice is low. What is it with you and food? She snaps. Oh, baby, you really don't want to know. I told you I have issues with wasted food. Eat. I glare at her. Don't push me on this, Anna. She gives me a mulish look and starts to eat. Okay, how about you throw the plate at him? I watch her place a forkful of eggs in her mouth. I relax. She's quite challenging in her own way, and it's unique. I never dealt with this. Yes, that's it. She's a novelty. That's the fascination, isn't it? Yes. Effectively, yes. That's all it is. When she finishes her food, I take her plate. You cooked, all clear. It's very democratic, she says, arching an eyebrow. Yes, not my usual style. After I've done this, we'll take a bath, and I can test her oral skills. I take a swift breath to control my instant arousal at the thought. Hell, her phone rings and she wanders to the end of the room, deep in conversation. I pause by the sink and watch her. As she stands against the glass, the morning light silhouettes her body in my white shirt. My mouth dries. She's slim, with long legs, perfect breasts, and a perfect ass. Yeah, her body got a real upgrade in this one. Still on her call, she turns towards me and I pretend my attention is elsewhere. For some reason, I don't want her to catch me ogling. Who is it on the phone? I hear Kavanaugh's name mentioned and I tense. What is she saying? Our eyes lock. What are you saying, Anna? She turns away and a moment later hangs up, then walks back towards me, her hips swaying in a soft, seductive rhythm beneath my shirt. Should I tell her what I can see? The NDA, does it cover everything? She asks, halting me in my tracks as I shut the pantry cupboard. Why? Where is she going with this? What has she said to Kavanaugh? She takes a deep breath. Well, I have a few questions, about sex, and I'd like to ask Kate. You can ask me. Yeah, no, you're not the guy to be giving these answers. Christian, with all due respect, she stops. Yeah, sometimes girls need to talk to a girl. Like, what the fuck do you know about it? You've never even had vanilla sex before, so really, what do you know about it? She's embarrassed. It's just about mechanics. I won't mention the Red Room of Pain, she says in a rush. Red Room of Pain? What the hell? It's mostly about pleasure, Anastasia. Believe me. Yeah, your pleasure by causing pain to your subs. Doi. Besides, your roommate is making the beast with two backs with my brother. I really rather you didn't. I don't want Elliot to know anything about my sex life. He'd never let me live it down. Okay, your brother, who you said is a man whore, skirt chasing dog. You have sex with one girl and he's gonna mock? Does your family know about your, um, predilection? No, it's none of their business. She's burning to ask something. What do you want to know? I ask, standing in front of her, scrutinizing her face. What is it, Anna? Nothing specific at the moment, she whispers. Oh, I need my Vicks inhaler so bad. I don't know why I'm all stuffy. Reminder to everyone that in addition to sponsoring a duck for $10, you get to name the duck and it will be added to our stage. We also have our much cherished and loved handcuffs, real ones with real key and everything, that I will wear for the remainder of this chapter for $25 if somebody wants to sponsor. And it keeps me from going completely off the deep end. I don't know why, but I don't know, but it works. It helps. Okay, it really was really stuffy, and I don't know why. I think things have started blooming because it got like warm for like half a day before getting cold again. So I think there was like a pollen explosion. Oh, that's so much better. Uh, well, we can start with how was last night for you? My breathing shallows as I wait for her answer. Our whole deal could hang on her response. Good, she says, and gives me a soft, sexy smile. It's what I want to hear. And possibly that's why you're hearing it, because I have questions over how delusional he is. For me too. I've never had vanilla sex before. For those who don't know, vanilla sex is also known as like normal straight people sex, with no kink and no bondage and no fetish. In other words, boring, if you're me. But I'm told there's a lot to be said for it. I wouldn't know. Trying to think if I ever actually had vanilla sex. Okay, yes. Okay, yes, IRL a couple of times, but only because it was random, like chance. It was just random hookup. It was not like I didn't have a place or like I was living with somebody else, so it was yeah. So, but I will say from the few times that I had vanilla sex, don't recommend it. Way too boring. Does not compute really. There's a lot to be said for it, but then maybe it's because it was with you. Her surprise and pleasure at my words are obvious. I brush I brush her plump lower lip with my thumb. I'm itching to touch her. Again, you are touching her. Come, let's have a bath. I kiss her and take her to my bathroom. Stay there, I order, turning on the faucet, then adding scented oil to the steaming water. That's not a good idea. She's got open wounds. I mean, it's better than adding bath salts, but. Yes, but once you start getting adventurous, how vanilla is it really? The tub fills quickly as she watches me. Normally, I would expect any woman I was about to bathe with to have her eyes cast down in modesty, but not Anna. She doesn't drop her gaze. Her eyes glow with anticipation and curiosity, but she has her arms wrapped around herself. She's shy. It's arousing, and to think she's never bathed with a man. I can claim another first. This whole mentality is so about ownership. Everything is ownership. Like that's why, like he doesn't love her and he doesn't care about her. He's just at the moment curious about her because she's the magic cure to his nightmares and his other issues. Like that's why he wants to possess her because she is the thing. You know, she's the Fisher King, the Grail. She's the magic device that can cure him as long as he possesses her and holds her and like owns her in every way and has her under his control. It kind of she's reminding me of in the third Mummy movie, The Scorpion King. And yes, it is the third Mummy movie, even though it wound up being the first Scorpion King movie, and then that became its own franchise. That didn't become its own franchise till like 7 years later. It's still part of the Mummy series. But yeah, the Oracle in the third one, the prophecy girl who could see the future, but was literally the property of the Emperor because she was how he built his empire and kept his power. Though I do like the twist in that one about sex. It was pretty good. Like in a dumb movie, a dumb fun movie, because the whole Mummy series, they're dumb but they're fun. Not the Tom Cruise one, that's just bad. But the Brendan Fraser ones, they're dumb but they're fun. When the bath is full, I pull off my t-shirt and hold out my hand. Miss Steele. She accepts my invitation and steps into the bath. Turn around. Face me, I instruct. I know that lip is delicious. I can attest to that, but will you stop biting it? Your chewing it makes me want to fuck you, and you're sore, okay? Like seriously, even he like seems to doubt his own level of self-control. That if she doesn't stop biting her lip, he's just gonna like bend her over the bathtub and fuck her anyway. Like regardless. Like no wonder he doesn't know what consent really is, because he winds up on the wrong side of it more than once. She inhales sharply, releasing her lip. Yeah, get the picture? In other words, like, did he really just like threaten to almost like essay her? Because he kind of did. Still standing, she gives me an emphatic nod. Good. She's still wearing my shirt, and I take the iPod from the breast pocket and place it by the sink. Water and iPods, not a clever combination. I grab the hem and pull it off her. Immediately she hangs her head when I step back to admire her. Hey, my voice is gentle and encourages her to peek up at me. Anastasia, you're a very beautiful woman. The whole package. Don't hang your head like you're ashamed. You have nothing to be ashamed of. And it's a real joy to stand here and look at you. Holding her chin up, I tip her head back. Don't hide from me, baby. You can sit down now. She sits down with indecent haste and winces as her sore body hits the water. Okay. Yeah, that would be the oil that her body doesn't need right now. She screws her eyes shut as she lies back, and when she opens them, she looks more relaxed. Why don't you join me? She asks with a coy smile. I think I will. Move forward. Stripping, I climb in behind her, pull her to my chest, and place my legs around hers, my feet over her ankles. Then I pull her legs apart. This is gonna get so much worse. She wriggles against me, but I ignore her motion and bury my nose in her hair. You smell so good, Anastasia, I whisper. Okay, first thing in the morning, my hair does not smell that good. She settles, and I grab the body wash from the shelf beside us. Squeezing some into my hand, I work the soap into a lather and start to massage her neck and shoulders. She moans as her head lolls to one side under my tender ministration. You like that? I ask. Hmm, she hums in contentment. I wash her arms and her underarms and reach my first goal, her breasts. Lord, the feel of her. She has perfect breasts. We're going to hear that like 9,000 times, aren't we? I need and tease them. She groans and flexes her hips, and her breathing accelerates. She's aroused. My body responds in kind, growing beneath her. You know she can feel that, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Pull the astronaut's wife. Yep. And for anyone who doesn't know, the astronaut's wife is a very early days Johnny Depp underrated movie. I forget who played his wife in it. She became a really big deal too. It's gonna bug me now. I can't remember who played his wife, but she was an unknown at the time as well, and also went on to be big. And somebody else really big was like his like temporary like in the first half of the movie co-star for that too. Somebody who was way bigger than Johnny Depp at the time. But it's like a serious like drama movie, even though there's a sci-fi aspect. My hands skim over her torso and her belly toward my second goal. Before I reach her pubic hair, I stop and grab a washcloth. Squirting some soap onto the cloth, I begin the slow process of washing between her legs. Ow. Gentle, slow but sure. Rubbing, washing, cleaning, stimulating. She starts to pant and her hips move in synchronization with my hand, her head resting against my shoulder. Her eyes closed, her mouth open in a silent moan as she surrenders to my relentless fingers. Yes, I know, right? It's Charlize Theron. I almost said that. God damn it! I should trust myself. I almost fucking said it was Charlize Theron before. Like it was her. It was like I think it was her like biggest role before The Mask. Yeah, I knew it was someone. But yes, the soap is a very very bad idea right now. Like see again. Like I swear, E.L. James. Like and she's a woman, and for a woman to write this and not but a lot of like either religious or just bad writing, they glossed over the facts of virginity and the the things that can happen thereof. And because they're like, oh, you don't, that's not sexy to say, oh, she was in the excruciating pain as he relentlessly tore through her hymen with absolutely no regard for her well-being. Feel it, baby. I run my teeth along her earlobe. Feel it for me. This is so cringe in and of itself. Oh, please, she whines as she tries to straighten her legs, but I have them pinned under mine. And that, and that, now that she's all worked up into a lather, I'm ready to proceed. Ew. So much ew. I think you're clean enough now, I announce and take my hands off her. Why are you stopping? She protests. Oh, yeah, he's into edging too. But the problem is he's into like non-consensual edging because she doesn't know what it is and doesn't know what he's doing, which makes it like pretty much torture. Apparently, well, he said he's not gonna, he's not gonna do the vagina because she's sore. So he's working up to a blowjob where, as we'll see, he's definitely gonna drown her. It's only in fiction world that she survives past this chat. Her eyes fluttering open, revealing frustration and disappointment. Yeah, that's the point. Because I have other plans for you, Anastasia. You could have still gotten the girl off before demanding a blowjob. She's panting, and if I'm not mistaken, pouting. Good. Turn around. I need washing too. She does, her face rosy, her eyes bright, pupils large. Lifting my hips, I grab my cock. Couldn't go a page! This is him speaking to her while holding his penis. I want you to become well acquainted, on first name terms, if you will, with my favorite and most cherished part of my body. I'm very attached to this. Kill me now. Sorry, I need to take a moment to die and refill my wine glass. While I do that, because I always forget, I'm going to post a link to my Discord. That is the link to my Discord where you can find all the book club updates and always the link and chat and other stuff. And we have a pet section and a body cam section. I know, right? I know! I've never understood! Yes, I know! It's exactly like that! Like, what the hell? Like, seriously, how would you react if a guy you have had sex with is then sitting in front of you holding his penis and says that? Like, again, BuzzFeed asked this question many years ago. There is a video, it's still on YouTube because I watch it every now and then just for laughs, of BuzzFeed. It's like couples read like 50 Shades to each other. If you type in enough of those words, it'll find it. And it is like couples reading lines exactly like that. That exact line comes up in the video of between people who have not read it and reading it to each other and being like, what the hell? Yes. See, the only problem with this explanation is that she has children. Right? I think most men are pretty attached to their cock. You know, there's a great deal of emphasis put on it, certainly. That's why they all lie about how big it is. When really, guys of the world, just take this from a woman that occasionally has a use for penis, not often, but sometimes, or penis-like objects. There's girls don't want 8 or 9 inches because the vagina is not that deep, and having a guy that big would actually be painful and kind of annoying. So, no, we don't want giant dick, or at least most women don't. I'm sure some do, but the majority of women don't. Actually, the size of the penis is really not high on the consideration list. Not so much. It's a lot of the before things that are way higher. And the after things, like does he know what aftercare is? Will he snuggle for 5 minutes after we've had sex? Or is he going to immediately get out of bed and make me feel used? That's possible. That's possible. It's entirely possible. I've often had that thought. Yes. Yes. Also possible. I do get the sense that there was a lot more like of a ghostwriter being used in this one, just because the tone is very inconsistent. It's very much E.L. James at the core. She definitely wrote a lot of this, but I feel like it was kind of filled out, like made longer, because this is a surprisingly long book, really. It's surprisingly long compared to the first one that it is like the direct mirror image of. So I feel like Ghostwriters fleshed it out or like just filled space. But she definitely wrote the core of the scenes. Yes, it is. Yes, entirely. Well, we've confirmed like 10 of his subs and one other person are dead. So and from Madame Malum, that's our headcanon from reading the first 3 books. We decided that he has killed at least 10 of his subs and one other person because he's a psychopath. Yes. Best said by Arrogant Worms. Arrogant Worms are a comedy band from Canada, and they're amazing. You can find their songs on YouTube and other places, but yeah, check out Canada's Really Big. Oh, we should get that trending now with all the tariff shit. Yeah, Canada's Really Big and the War of 1812. Because they both take direct shots at America. Yeah, they're really funny. And that in the Mountie song. Yes! Yes! I'm telling you, we're coming up to this is the scene where she dies, and then she's haunting him and only he can see her. And then slowly the ghosts of the other subs come around and they drive him mad for the next like 40 years. That I would read. That would be so good. And by the way, I have actually seen people who have never seen 50 Shades watching the movies for the first time, and when they see Layla standing there and then blink and she's gone, several people think that she is a ghost. Like, I've seen at least a dozen reactors, and usually it's like 2-3 people in the group, and they're like, oh my god, ghost girl. Oh my god, she's dead. She's a former sub trying to warn Anastasia so she doesn't end up another body. And I'm like, that would have been so much better. Her mouth drops open as she looks from my penis to my face and back again. I can't help my wicked grin. Her face is a picture of maidenly outrage. Okay, I don't think outrage is what he was going for there because, Latin. Oh, my Latin is failing me. God damn it. What is it? Virgo Veptrum. I can't remember. But there's a Latin phrase that means insult to the virgin. And that is what he just did. And like back in the day, you could be executed. Oh, it's like Virgo Veteran. God, I can't remember. Okay, Catholicism was a long time ago for me. Yes, I have seen. Yes, yes. When they were at Comic-Con and they were in the hotel room, and it's him and a bunch of other people, and they did cartoon voices like Mickey Mouse, etc., reading parts of 50 Shades. It is. Yes, I have seen it. It is some of the best fucking shit out there. It's so funny. And yeah, it's so good. And if you haven't seen it, Doug Walker, the guy who is the nostalgia critic, he went to a con years and years ago and got up on stage and ranted about Breaking Dawn Part 2. And it's the most hilarious shit. It's like an hour long stand-up routine, and it's so good. Oh yeah, find the video of nostalgia critic Doug Walker at the cons. There's 2 or 3 of them. They're like little short ones. They're like 2.5 to 3 minutes, and it's him and like all these other creators that they just happen to be at the same con. And he was like, "Come up to my hotel room and we'll take turns like reading in funny voices." It's so good. It's so good. Like, be warned, you might pee yourself. It's so good. I don't know what that one is. You've met them? I'm so jealous. Oh, I'm getting all these emails for. Yeah, post it. Madam Malum, if you didn't click the link to join the Discord, click the link to join the Discord. But yeah, Persnickety, post those in the book club tab if you can find them. Yeah, please. Mm. Oh, Chicago. Okay. Yeah, Comic Con comes through here in October. I probably won't be going, but because I definitely do not have the money. I'm still arguing with my idiot management company. They're still claiming I owe them $1,600 for uh rent above guideline rent increases going back 5 years. I still want to know, how is it even legal that they got, after 5 years, they got 5 years worth of increases all legally approved at once and all well above guideline for a building that has been falling apart? Like, and now I'm supposed to come up with $1,600 that I do not have and like have no ability to get? And they're wrong, because I know that they're wrong. They can't do math for shit. But we've been arguing for a week, and it's still like, okay, I asked you for the court order, you haven't given it to me. I asked you again for the court order, you haven't given it to me. I sent you paperwork showing that you asked for X amount of increase in this year, like 2020, and I paid you the increase at the time. Therefore, I don't owe you anything now for that year. No response. It's gonna get ugly, I can tell, because I'm not paying them $1,600 I don't owe them. But the problem is the landlords control the courts here. Because the landlord-tenant courts are a joke. They're not real judges, and they're not really bound by any kind of law. And landlords cheat, quite frankly. Like, there's been so many bribery and corruption scandals, and some of the people accused are still there. Thank you for joining the Discord. Wave. Yeah, that's not the hotel ones, but yeah, I'll watch those. I haven't seen those. I'll definitely be watching those later too. But for now, let's get through this. We're getting behind a little bit. Not too bad yet, but it's my fault. But that's what we're here for. Plus, I'm trying to avoid dying by reading this scene. Really should have been drinking beforehand. But as she stares, her expression changes, first thoughtful, then assessing. And when her eyes meet mine, the challenge in them is clear. Oh, bring it on, Miss Steele. Yes, because sex is now a tit-for-tat game, and that sounded better before I said it. Her smile is one of delight as she reaches for the body wash. Taking her sweet time, she drizzles some of the soap onto her palm, and without taking her eyes off mine, rubs her hands together. Her lips part and she bites her bottom lip, running her tongue across the little indentations left by her teeth. Anna Steele's seductress. If that's the best you got, girl. My cock responds in appreciation, hardening further. Reaching forward, she grabs me, her hand fisting around me. My breath hisses out through clenched teeth, and I close my eyes, savoring the moment. Here, I don't mind being touched. No, I don't mind at all. Placing my hand over hers, I show her what to do. Like this. My voice is hoarse as I guide her. She tightens her hold around me and her hand moves up and down beneath mine. She has to be shown how to give a hand job because it's not obvious. Oh, yes. That's right, baby. I release her and let her continue, closing my eyes and surrendering to the rhythm she set. Oh, God. What is it about her inexperience that's so arousing? Because you're getting off on corrupting her, you sick fuck. That's what it is. Is that why I'm enjoying all her firsts? Yes! Suddenly she. Oh God. This just took a hard turn. So she's giving him a hand job and we go. Suddenly she draws me into her mouth, sucking hard, her tongue torturing me. Because this is something a literal, like, was a virgin 6 hours ago, not only knows how to do, but is, like, at all good at. No hesitation, not shy, not uncertain, not, like, she certainly wouldn't, like, probably hesitate just to kiss it, let alone no, she just goes full porn star blowjob. Yeah. Fuck. Whoa, Anna. She sucks harder. Her eyes are alight with feminine cunning. This is her revenge. Her tit for tat. Somebody shoot me. I didn't know that was there. She looks stunning. Yeah, she looks stunning sucking your dick, really. Christ, I growl and close my eyes so I don't come immediately. We're still spelling come wrong. We are still spelling come wrong. Learn how to spell. Okay? That's not how you spell come in this context. Yes. Yeah, them on a bed is the one I remember too, but I'm definitely gonna watch all those later tonight. Oh, dear God. Oh, and for a second I was like, see, this is the line that I drew last week, because we were supposed to get to here last week, and I didn't make it. She continues her sweet torture as her confidence grows. I flex my hips, pushing myself further into her mouth. I would give anything if she would puke on him. Yes! Absolutely yes! Also, why doesn't she? Oh yeah, girl, bite it off. 100% bite it off. How far can I go, baby? He thinks as he's pushing himself into her mouth. And he does do gagging later on as well, again without consent. Watching her is stimulating. So stimulating, I grab her hair and start to work her mouth as she supports herself with her hands on my thighs. So now, again, now he's fully in control. He's using her face as a fuckhole and nothing else. Oh, baby, that feels good. She confines her teeth behind her lips and pulls me into her mouth once more. When did she stop? Ah, I groan, and wonder how deep she'll allow me. Her mouth torments me, her shielded teeth squeezing hard, and I want more. Jesus, how far can you go? Her eyes meet mine and she frowns. Then, with a look of determination, she slides down on me until I hit the back of her throat. No! I'm sorry, but fucking bullshit. No one is able to do this on their first try. She definitely would have vomited her breakfast that he forced her to eat all over him and serves him right. Nobody can do this unless they are a professional or extremely well experienced, and she is neither. Fuck. Anastasia, I'm going to come in your mouth, I warn her, breathless. If you don't want me to, stop now. I thrust into her again and again, watching my cock disappear and reappear from her mouth. It's beyond erotic. I'm so close. Suddenly, she bares her teeth, gently squeezing me, and I'm undone, ejaculating into the back of her throat, crying out my pleasure. Again, she would absolutely choke and puke. Fuck. My breathing is labored. She's completely disarmed me. Again. Okay, can we just say that makes that just proves you have no control over yourself? But we should have known this because he's like, just like we famously, when we were reading The Mister and the Mistress, we dubbed Maxim the two-pump chump because he is. Because in every single sex scene, once he gets his dick in, it was literally 1, 2, 3, he's done. Every time. Every fucking time. Christian is the same. I swear, Il James has a thing where men only last like under 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm not kidding, and I have a witness to this. When I was reading this scene, this is the actual scene. Then when I read it for the first time in 50 Shades, I had a boyfriend at the time. I puked. There used to be a trash can. I threw up into that trash can 3 times in a row in front of my boyfriend, reading that scene for the first time to get ready for reading it on book club. It legitimately made me puke. And there are 2 times that I threw up legitly reading the original 50 Shades. When I opened my eyes, she's glowing with pride. And she should be. That was one hell of a blowjob. Don't you have a gag reflex? I marvel at her as I catch my breath. This would be cause for concern, by the way. Like, discovering that she doesn't have one. I marvel at her as I catch my breath. Christ, Anna. That was good. Really good. Unexpected, though. You know you never cease to amaze me. Praise for a job well done. Wait, that was so good. Perhaps she has some experience after all. Have you done that before? I ask, and I'm not sure I want to know. No, she says with obvious pride. Good. I hope my relief is not too obvious. Yet another first, Miss Steele. Well, you get an A in oral skills. Come, let's go to bed. I owe you an orgasm. I climb out of the bath a little dazed and wrap a towel around my waist. Grabbing another, I hold it up and help her out of the bath, swathing her in it so she's trapped. Who thinks like this? And why are they attractive? I hold her against me, kissing her. Really kissing her. Exploring her mouth with my tongue. Okay, that would make me puke as well, and also ew. Oh, God. Oh. Okay, in addition to actually puking once, I have had to run off screen and throw up a couple times, and my stomach just clenched. I taste my ejaculate in her mouth. Grasping her head, I deepen the kiss. I want her, all of her, her body and soul. I want her to be mine. Well, you already consider her yours, so yeah. Okay, my stomach really is churning. Staring down into bemused eyes, I implore her, say yes. To what, she whispers. Yes to our arrangement, to being mine. Anna, please. And it's the closest I've come to begging in a long time. I kiss her again, pouring my fervor into my kiss. When I take her hand, she looks dazed. Dazzle her further, Gray. Yeah, because I can sex you into agreeing. In my bedroom, I release her. Trust me? I ask. She nods. Good girl. Good, beautiful girl. I head into my closet and select one of my ties. When I'm back in front of her, I take her towel and drop it on the floor. Hold your hands together in front of you. Oh, we have more. We have more sex scene. Oh, I need a break. She licks her lips in what I think is a moment of uncertainty, then holds out her hands. Swiftly, I bind her wrists together with the tie. I test the knot. Yes, it's secure. Time for more training, Miss Steele. Her lips part as she inhales. She's excited. Gently, I tug both her braids. You look so young with these, but they're not going to stop me. Again, what the actual fuck? Like, seriously, what in the actual fuck is that? There's a second time she's referenced braided pigtails and said that's not going to stop me. like E.L. James to explain those lines specifically. Because again, in the series she wrote after, the infantilizing is dialed up to 100. Okay, I'll fix my hair in a minute. I drop my towel. Oh, Anastasia, what shall I do to you? I grasp her underarms and push her gently back on the bed, keeping hold of her so she doesn't fall. When she's prostrate, I lie down beside her, grab her fists and raise them above her head. Keep your hands up here. Don't move them, understand? She swallows. Answer me. I won't move my hands, she says, her voice husky. Good girl. I can't help my smile as she lies beside me, wrist bound, helpless, mine. Not quite not quite to do with as I wish yet, but getting there. Pleading down, I kiss her lightly and let her know that I'll kiss her all over. She sighs as my lips move from the base of her ear down to the hollow at the bottom of her neck. I'm rewarded with her appreciative moan. Abruptly, she lowers her arms so they circle my neck. No, 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 this will not do, Miss Steele. Glaring down at her, I place them firmly back above her head. Don't move your hands, or we will have to start all over again. I want to touch you, she whispers. I know, but you can't. Keep your hands above your head. Her lips are parted and her chest is heaving with each rapid breath. She's turned on. Can I point out why he's a terrible dom here and is literally tormenting someone that he knows can't take it? Because if he really just wanted her hands out of the way so she can't touch him, then secure her hands to the bed frame, you fucking moron. And he knows it. He knows this. But he wants to punish her. And for him to do that, she has to transgress. And therefore, he doesn't secure her hands, knowing that she is a total noob. She has no self control. She has no experience. She has no awareness. And she doesn't know the game that he is playing. He's playing a one sided game because he's the only one that knows there's a game going on. He's the only one who knows the rules. And therefore, she is going to break the rules. And then he gets to punish her, which is what he really wants. Oh, I thought I got the paint chips out of my hair. So, in other words, he's setting her up to fail. Good. Cupping her chin, I start kissing my way down her body. My hand travels over her breasts, my lips in hot pursuit. With one hand on her belly, holding her in place, I pay homage to each of her nipples, sucking and nipping gently, delighted in their hardening response. She mews and her hips start to move. Keep still and warn against her skin. I plant kisses across her belly where my tongue explores the taste and depth of her navel. Ah, she moans and squirms. I will have to teach her to keep still. Okay, you are supposedly an expert at bondage. If you want her to keep still, tie her up properly. My teeth graze her skin. You're so sweet, Miss Steele. I gently nip between her navel and pubic hair, then sit up between her legs. Grabbing both her ankles, I spread her legs wide. Like this. Like this, naked and vulnerable, she's a glorious sight to behold. Holding her left foot, I bend her knee and raise her toes to my lips, watching her face as I do. I kiss each toe, then bite the soft pad on each. Her eyes are wide and her mouth is open, moving alternately between forming a small to a capital O. When I bite the pad on her little toe a little harder, her pelvis flexes and she whimpers. I run my tongue over her instep to her ankle. She scrunches her eyes closed, her head twisting from side to side as I continue to torment her. Oh, please, she begs when I suck and bite her little toe. All good things, Miss Steele, I tease. When I get to her knee, I don't stop but continue licking and sucking and biting up the inside of her thigh, spreading her legs wide as I do. She trembles in shock, anticipating my tongue at the apex of her thighs. Oh no, not yet, Miss Steele. I return my attentions to her left leg, kissing and nipping from her knee up the inside of her thigh. She tenses when I finally lie between her legs, but she keeps her arms raised. Good girl. Oh, and thank you for reminding me there was a reference to good girl over here that I need to put a hole in. So let's see if I can toast it without fully burning it this time. I'm going to try a little more distance. Okay, that's too far away because it's not doing anything. Come on, just toast it just right. Okay. Don't get too hot. Don't catch fire. Just burn until I can't see you. Come on. See, it's hard because I can't see the flame. It still smells really good. Okay, that's what I'm going for. That's what I'm going for. Still smells really good. Okay, that's better. Oh, it warped the page. It actually warped it. I don't know if you know. Yeah, it warped the page. See? Ah! Okay, it stained the other page a little bit, but not too much. It still actually left. Wow, it left marks like several pages. Wow. It cracked it a little bit. Oops. Okay, it was pretty good though. I returned my attentions to her. There we go. She tenses when I finally like, good girl. Yeah, I almost took out both of them. Now I only have to burn this one a little bit. Gently, I run my nose up and down her vulva. She writhes beneath me. I stop. She has to learn to keep still. Maybe if you would explain. Or actually, again, tie her up properly. Problem solved. She raises her head to look at me. Do you know how intoxicating you smell, Miss Steele? Holding her stare with my own, I push my nose into her pubic hair and breathe deeply. Ew. Her head flops back on in the bed and she groans. I blow gently up and down over her pubic hair. I like this, I mutter. It's been a long time since I've seen pubic hair up close and personal like this. I tug it gently. Perhaps we'll keep it. Though it's no good for wax play. Oh, please, she pleads. I like when you beg me, Anastasia. She moans. Tit for tat is not my usual style, Miss Steele. I'm sure that's a fetish. Actually, I know that that's a fetish. I whisper against her flesh, but you've pleased me today and you should be rewarded. I hold down her thighs, opening her up to my tongue and slowly start circling her clitoris. She cries out, her body rising off the bed, but I don't stop. My tongue is ruthless. Her legs stiffen, her toes pointed. Ah, she's close, and I slowly slip my middle finger inside her. She's wet, wet and waiting. Oh, baby, I love that you're so wet for me. I start to move my finger clockwise, stretching her. Oh, that thing you should have done before you jammed your dick in her yesterday. My tongue continues to torment her clitoris over and over. She stiffens beneath me and finally cries out as her orgasm crashes through her. Yes. I kneel up and grab a condom. Once it's on, I slowly ease myself into her. Yes! I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. We all knew it. Where's my riding crop? Well, no. Do I want riding crop? What do I want? You know what? I'm gonna break out one of my favorites because Bad Book and Bad Book needs to be punished. So a little silicone whip is just the ticket. I feel a little better now. No, I would still very much like to put these on. Link at the top of the chat, or at least it should be. Because didn't he say repeatedly that he was not going to fuck her because she's sore? And what is he doing right now? About to fuck her without consent and without warning and without any discussion. And after telling her repeatedly that he was not going to fuck her today because she's sore. Now he just can't help himself. Fuck, she feels good. How's this? Fine. Good. Her voice is hoarse because she's in major pain and wasn't expecting this. Oh, I start to move, reveling in the feel of her around me, beneath me, again and again, faster and faster, losing myself in this woman. I want her to come again. I want her sated. I want her happy. Okay, sex does not equal happy with women, believe me. Finally, she stiffens once more and whimpers. Because again, she's in major pain. Come for me, baby, I utter through clenched teeth, and she detonates around me. There's a choice of words. Thank fuck, I cry and let go, finding my own sweet release. Briefly, I collapse on her, glorying in her softness. She moves her hands so they're around my neck, but because she's tied, she can't touch me. Taking a deep breath, I rest my weight on my arms and stare down at her in wonder. See how good we are together? If you give yourself to me, it will be so much better. Trust me, Anastasia. I can take you to places you don't even know exist. Our foreheads touch and I close my eyes. Please say yes. We hear voices outside the door. What the hell? It's Taylor and Grace. Shit, it's my mother. Anna cringes as I pull out of her. Yeah, because he probably did that with like no skill. Leaping out of bed, I throw the condom in the wastepaper basket. What the hell is my mother doing here? Yeah, there's a conversation. And as for the places she doesn't know exist, he's talking about subspace. But doing that to somebody who is uninitiated and doesn't know what it is brainwashing. Taylor has diverted her, thank heaven. Well, she's about to get a surprise. Anna is still prostrate in bed. Come on, we need to get dressed. That's if you want to meet my mother. Yes, girl that I have just fucked for the third time and have known for like, what, 4 whole days? Yeah, just ignore your post-coital state and the fact that you're in pain and just get up, put some clothes on that you don't have, and come meet my mother while you smell like sex and have I just got fucked hair and face. That's a really good idea. I smile at Anna as I pull on my jeans. She looks so adorable. Christian, I can't move, she protests, but she's grinning too. Leaning down, I undo the tie and kiss her forehead. My mother is going to be thrilled. Another first, I whisper, unable to shift my grin. I have no clean clothes in here. I slip on a white t-shirt and then when I turn around, she's sitting up, hugging her knees. Perhaps I should stay here. Oh, no, you don't, I warn. You can wear something of mine. I like her wearing my clothes. Yeah, because his pants would like totally fit her. Her face falls. Anastasia, you could be wearing a sack and you'd look lovely. Please don't worry. I'd like you to meet my mother. Get dressed. Notice how he has like no regard for her feelings or the fact that maybe she'd like to make a good impression on your mother. And also, if she walks out wearing your clothes, your mom's gonna know what was going on, dude. Maybe she doesn't want to meet your mother with a look that says, yeah, I was just having sex with your son and you walked in on us. Maybe that's not the first impression she would like to make. I'll just go and calm her down. I'll expect you in that room in 5 minutes. Otherwise, I'll come and drag you out here myself in whatever you're wearing. My t-shirts are in this drawer. My shirts are in the closet. Help yourself. Again, pants are a thing. Her eyes widen. Yes, I'm serious, baby. Cautioning her with a pointed look, I open the door and exit to find my mother. Yes, because just threatening her with, yeah, drag you out in front of my mother naked because he's channeling some Kanye when he was uninvited at the Grammys and was publicly abusing his wife. I really hope that the rumors of the last 2 weeks that she has left him are true, because if she didn't, like, girl, somebody rescue her. Grace is standing in the corridor opposite the foyer door, and Taylor is talking to her. Her face lights up when she sees me. Darling, I had no idea you might have company, she exclaims, and she looks a little embarrassed. Hello, Mother. I kiss her pro-offered cheek. I'll deal with her from here, I say to Taylor. Yes, Mr. Gray, he nods, looking exasperated, and heads back into his office. Thank you, Taylor. Grace calls after him, then turns her full attention to me. Deal with me, she says in rebuke. I was shopping downtown and thought I might pop in for coffee. She stops. If I'd known you weren't alone. She shrugs in an awkward, girlish way. She has often stopped by for coffee, and there was a woman here. She just never knew it. She'll join us in a moment, I admit, putting her out of her misery. Do you want to sit down? I wave in the direction of the sofa. She? Yes, Mother, she. My tone is as my tone is dry as I try not to laugh, and for once she's silent as she wanders through the living room. I see you've had breakfast, she observes, eyeing the unwashed pans. Would you like some coffee? No, thank you, darling. She sits down. I'll meet your friend, and then I'll go. I don't want to interrupt you. I had a feeling you'd be slaving away in your study. You work too hard, darling. I thought I might drag you away. She looks almost apologetic when I join her on the sofa. She sounds exactly like the mom in the other book series. Like, I swear it's copy pasted. Don't worry. I'm thoroughly amused by her reaction. Why aren't you at church this morning? Carrick had to work, so I thought we'd go to evening mass. Since when are his parents Catholic? I even fucking said it. Goddamn, I said it last week. Because all of a sudden, and this is not in 50 Shades, again, this is more retconning. All of a sudden, he's like in his head saying like Jesus Christ, good Lord, Lord Almighty, like things that he never has referenced before. There were never any Christian references in that. There are in the other series because one of the characters is Catholic, but in this series, there was never any religion. And now all of a sudden, his mom is talking about going to evening mass. That's as Catholic as you get. And where the fuck did that come from? There was no religion in the original 50 Shades at all. Deliberately so. But now all of a sudden he comes from a Catholic family? Are we pretending that's the excuse for his abusive bullshit now? Like, What year did Spotlight come out? Wasn't it right around 2010, 2011, or is that like too recent? I suppose it's too much to hope that you'll come with us. I raise an eyebrow in cynical contempt. Mother, you know that's not for me. God and I turned our backs on each other a long time ago. Is he going to have a come to Jesus moment, literally? Because I will die. She sighs, but then Anna appears, dressed in her own clothes, standing shyly in the doorway. The tension between mother and son is averted, and I stand in relief. Here she is. Grace turns and gets to her feet. Mother, this is Anastasia Steele. Anastasia, this is Grace Trevelyan Gray. And yes, that's where the guy in the other books got his name because it was supposed to be like an in joke, but actually it works out canonically if you make Christian Grey and Maxim Trevelyan brothers. It actually works that the mother. So that's why they speak the same way, because the mother in this book is the mother in that book as well. It works if you think about it. We worked it out at the time. It really does work. They shake hands. What a pleasure to meet you, Grace says with a little too much enthusiasm for my liking. Dr. Trevelyan Gray, Anna says politely. Call me Grace, she says, all at once amiable and informal. What, already? Grace continues. I'm usually Dr. Trevelyan, and Mrs. Gray is my mother-in-law. She winks at Anna and sits down. I motion to Anna and pat the cushion beside me, and she comes to take a seat. So how did you two meet? Grace asks. Anastasia interviewed me for the paper at WSU because I'm, conferring the degrees there this week. So you're graduating this week, Grace beams at Anna. Yes. Anna's cell phone starts ringing and she excuses herself to answer it. I'll be giving the commencement address, I say to Grace, but my attention is on Anna. Who is it? Look, who's Jose, now's not a good time, I hear her say. That fucking photographer. What does he want? Okay, we know Christian Grey would have had like Jose assassinated by now. Like that's what Taylor was doing last night. I left a message for Elliot, then found out he was in Portland. I haven't seen him since last week, Grace is saying. Anna hangs up. Grace continues as Anna approaches us again. And Elliot called to say you were around. I haven't seen you for 2 weeks, darling. Did he now? I remark. What does the photographer want? I thought we might have lunch together, but I can see you have other plans, and I don't want to interrupt your day. Grace stands, and for once I'm grateful she's intuitive and can read a situation. She offers me her cheek again, and I kiss her goodbye. I have to drive Anastasia back to Portland. Of course, darling. Grace turns her bright, and if I'm not mistaken, grateful smile on Anastasia. It's irritating. Anastasia, it's been a pleasure. Grace beams and takes Anna's hand. I do hope we meet again. Okay, is the Catholicism going to be the explanation for why his family delusionally thought that he was some kind of celibate guy instead of assuming that he's gay, and why he had like 2 scenes of gay panic, and like definitely he would have beaten somebody for implying that he's gay scenes? Is that where that's coming from now? Because I'm pretty sure by 2011 the Catholic Church was okay with it. I mean, they're still like ridiculous in many other ways. Though I'm glad the Pope is recovering just out of a human factor. I still don't think he's going to be Pope very much longer, so cardinals keep an update on those travel times to Rome because you're going to need them pretty soon. But let's hope they clean the chimney before the votes start taking place this time. I do hope we meet again. Mrs. Gray. Taylor appears on the threshold of the room. Thank you, Taylor. Grace responds, and he escorts her from the room and through the double doors to the foyer. Well, that was interesting. My mother always thought I was gay. Okay, so maybe that's the answer. But as always, she respects my boundaries. She never asked me. Well, now she knows. No, she knows there was a girl here. There could be a lot of reasons. Anna's worrying her bottom lip, radiating anxiety. As she should be. So the photographer called, I sound gruff. He's mad that somebody else called her. He likes the fact that she's anxious right now because she should be, because how dare something she has no control over happen and that somebody I don't like call her. Like, he's really doubling down on that "you are mine" crap. Yes. What did he want? Just to apologize, for Friday. I see. Maybe he wants another shot at her. The thought is displeasing. Taylor clears his throat. Mr. Gray, there's an issue with the Darfur shipment. That's like, imagine if every time we hear Darfur shipment, because it keeps coming up, it was like code for Coke. Shit. This is what I get for not checking my email this morning. I've been too preoccupied with Anna. Charlie Tango back at Boeing Field? I asked Taylor. Yes, sir. Taylor acknowledges Anna with a nod. Miss Steele. She gives him a broad smile and he leaves. Does he live here? Taylor? Anna asks. Yes. Heading into the kitchen, I pick up the phone and quickly check my email. There's a flagged message from Roz and a couple of texts. I call her immediately. Roz, what's the issue? Christian, hi. The report back from Darfur is not good. They can't guarantee the safety of the shipments or road crew, and the State Department isn't willing to sanction the relief without NGOs backing. Fuck this. I'm not having either crew put at risk. Roz knows this. We could try and pull in mercenaries, she says. No, cancel, but the cost, she protests. We'll airdrop instead. I knew you'd say that, Christian. I have a plan in the works, but it will be costly. In the meantime, the containers can go to Rotterdam out of Billy, and we can take it from there. That's it. Good. I hang up. More support from the State Department would be helpful. I'll have to call Blandino to discuss this further. This is where he's a little like I'm getting just ever so slight shades of Mason Verger. For those who don't know, that's from Hannibal, the actual movie, as well as the book, and the TV series. Who initially I thought the guy that got to play Mason Verger in the TV series was so over the top and ridiculous, but you warm up to him because he's putting a little too much Joker in it. And I mean Joaquin Phoenix, Heath Ledger Joker. But he does it well. He's a believable douchebag, you want to hate him, character, and he owns the assholery, so it's okay. And I'm trying to remember who played that. I want to say it was like Peter Evans, but it wasn't. It wasn't the guy who got his start on American Horror Story and then played Jeffrey Dahmer. It wasn't him because the timing doesn't add up. Because it's an older actor, but they look very similar and they act very similar. But yeah, I came around to it, and he was in it just enough, because we need the lore. No, I wanted more Margot. Not that I have a total crush on Catherine Isabella, but I so do. How did I lose my place? My attention reverts to Miss Steele, who's standing in my living room regarding me warily. I need to get us back on track. Yes, the contract. That's the next step in our negotiation. We're gonna have to read that shit again. In my study, I gather the papers that are on my desk and stuff them into a manila envelope. Anna's not moved from where I left her in the living room. Perhaps she's been thinking about the photographer. My mood takes a nosedive. You don't know that! She has no interest in this guy at all, but he just hates that she has any male friends. This is the contract. I hold up the envelope. Read it and we'll discuss it next weekend. May I suggest you do some research so you know what's involved? She looks from the manila envelope to me, her face pale. That's if you agree, and I really hope you do, I add. Research? You'll be amazed what you can find on the internet. This is 2011. Does anybody need to be told you can find whatever you need on Google? But yes, she's that stupid, apparently. She frowns. What is it? I ask. I don't have a computer. Usually I use the computers at school. I'll see if I can use Kate's laptop. How did you survive 4 years at college with no fucking computer? Bull fucking shit. In 2011, there's no goddamn fucking way you went 4 years at school without having your own computer of some kind. Desktop, laptop, doesn't matter. Laptop's probably more practical for a university student, honestly, because of the portability. But the battery life and the lack of storage is going to be a fucking issue. Also, nobody can type for shit on a laptop, ever. No computer. How can a student not have a computer? Die! Is she that broke? I hand her the envelope. See, again, she makes way more sense if we're told at some point that she was homeschooled all the way through high school and college was her first taste of being out of the religious Quaker bubble. You know, then she makes fucking sense, including the virginity shit. Oh, they're atrocious. They're too wide. They're too wide this way, and they're too wide this way. The keys are bigger. The fact that it's like flat, almost in an inverted way, and there's nowhere to rest your wrist, even though I know you're not supposed to do that because carpal tunnel. I already have carpal tunnel, so yeah. But on a real keyboard, I can type close to 200 words a minute. On a laptop keyboard, fuck it, I can't type for shit. Like, it took me so long to learn how to use the fucking trackpad, only because I hate it. But I had a plug-in, I have a laptop, but I used to have, when I was using it for school, I had a remote USB chip keyboard and mouse that I would plug in, so I'd have a normal keyboard and mouse, and the laptop was pretty much just a screen. They used to get looked at like I was crazy, but I was like, hey, I'm working like 5 times faster than you while watching somebody do this on a laptop. Somebody that I knew on a real keyboard could type decently. Right? If you want to have any chance of getting shit done, that's what you need to do. Also, I had the same like wireless mouse for like probably like 15 years. The thing was like indestructible. It was great. Keyboards not so much. But that mouse lasted forever. I'm sure I can lend you one. Get your things. We'll drive back to Portland and grab some lunch on the way. I need to dress. Okay, didn't you say you wanted her here all day? Now it's like probably what, like 10:30 in the morning and you're driving her home already? I'll just make a call, she says, her voice soft and hesitant. The photographer, I snap. She looks guilty. She has no reason to look guilty. She ain't yours. What the hell? I don't like to share, Miss Steele. Remember that. Okay, way to slut shame her and accuse her of being a fucking whore when we know the photographer sexually assaulted her like 2 days ago, and she hasn't talked to him since. So he's been calling to apologize for being a drunken jerk, and she doesn't know what to do. But now she's dealing with your fury over unwanted male attention that she's not encouraging. Jesus. Like, this reminds me of one time I went on this is the only time I ever, my idiot cousin slash sister, I will never forgive her for this because she doesn't understand and she's fucking ignorant about internet shit. She always has been. But when I was like 19, she, in a moment of, I have no doubt, drunken moronitude, because she knows my details, signed me up on Plenty of Fish and actually made a date for me. I fucking attended because I didn't want to be rude, and I didn't have a way to, I didn't have the account info, so I couldn't like tell this person like she's an idiot. But I looked at it and it was like, she did show it to me, it was like halfway decent, so I was like, nah, whatever, I'll show up. Also, never do this again or I will crash your electronic world into nothingness and I know where you live. But I show up on this date. I think we did talk a little bit like back and forth. Um but it was just for coffee, like a get to know you thing, super cash. And I showed up and we talked for like maybe 2 minutes, and one of the first things he asked me was um if my profile was still up on Plenty of Fish, to which I was like, yeah. And he was immediately like, oh, I'm not interested in anyone who's just window shopping, and then left. So I think he pretty much just didn't like what he sees because she probably lied about my appearance, but it is not window shopping if you make a first date, and it specified coffee only and it goes nowhere date, because I was very clear, and call that window shopping because somebody still has their profile up. Though another time when I actually, of my own accord, did set up a profile on one of those free sites, within like 4 hours, I got 2 marriage proposals as an opening email. I got, hello, you're beautiful, marry me. And they were like serious too. And it's like, okay, go away, creepy internet. This is why I don't do those sites ever. I storm out of the room before I say anything else. Is she hung up on him? Was she just using me to break her in? Also, E.L. James always refers to it as breaking in the virgin. The other douchebag in the other book did it too. He even said, breaking in a virgin is tough work, but somebody's got to do it. And he also had the she's old enough thing because he panics briefly thinking she might be 14 when he sees her in like because in England, this one's set in England, the other book series, and they wear school uniforms there, but only up till like high school age. So when he sees her wearing like a school uniform like shirt, he worries she might be like 15, and this is after he's already obsessed with her and decided that he wants to fuck her. And then when he finds out she's like 21, he's like, "Oh, old enough." It's like there's a sentence you shouldn't have to say. And also, look at the insane amount of jealousy he's having over somebody she rejected in front of him. Okay, because what did she do when Jose kissed her? She said no, and she pushed him away. And yet he's still insanely jealous of nothing. Fuck. Maybe it's the money. That's a depressing thought. Though she doesn't strike me as a gold digger, her mommy certainly is. She was quite vehement about my not buying her any clothes. I remove my jeans and put on a pair of boxer briefs. My Brioni tie is on the floor. I stoop and pick it up. She took to being tied up well. There's hope, Gray. Hope. Okay, that was not being properly tied up in any fucking way, because a tie is, unless it's like a thin silk like bow tie, it's not a good thing to use to actually tie anybody up in any kind of decent way. Like, that's why I didn't mind sewing these. These were, for those who don't know, These came because back in the day, somebody sent me 50 Shades sex toy boxes as a joke. And these had these D-rings, these things, and the end of them because you were supposed to loop these silk ties around like your bedpost and then like tie somebody's wrists and ankles, except they weren't long enough to do that. The fabric's the wrong kind of fabric, and you would need like a 4-point tie off on your bed, like a 4-poster bed basically, to make it work. But these weren't long enough to do any good, and they would be too slippy anyway. You'd be able to slip out of them. And it's like, yeah, I know it's cheap bullshit, but so that's why it became the tie, because we did have the other gray tie. The tie that he is mentioning right here, that's what I used to wear until it started falling apart. And also, this looks better. Excuse me. But yeah, I had the actual tie that he tied her up in because that was a big seller. And again, somebody sent it to me as a joke. I stuffed the tie and 2 others into a messenger bag along with socks, underwear, and condoms. What am I doing? Deep down, I know I'm going to stay at the Teethman all next week to be near her. That's not like the most stalkery sentence ever. I'm going to stay in a city I don't live in at a hotel just to be near her during the week because I ordered her to come back on the weekend. I gather a couple of suits and shirts that Taylor can bring down later in the week. I'll need one for the graduation ceremony. I slip on some clean jeans and grab a leather jacket, and my phone buzzes. It's a text from Elliot. I'm driving back today in your car. I hope that doesn't screw up your plans. I text back. No, I'm coming back to Portland now. Let Taylor know when you arrive. Nice when your brother just goes, I'm taking your car. I buzz Taylor through the internal phone system. Mr. Gray, Elliot is bringing the SUV back sometime this afternoon. Bring it down to Portland tomorrow. I'm going to stay at the Heathman until the graduation ceremony. I left some clothes that I'd like you to bring down as well. Yes, sir. And call Audi. I may need the A3 sooner than I thought. Because he's already buying her the submissive special car. Because he buys all his submissives the same car. It's ready, Mr. Gray. Oh, good. Thanks. So that's the car taken care of. Now it's the computer. I call Barney, assuming he'll be at the office and knowing he'll have a state-of-the-art laptop lying around. As you do? Mr. Gray, he answers. What are you doing in the office, Barney? It's Sunday. I'm working on the tablet design. The solar cell issue is bugging me. You need a home life. Barney has the grace to laugh. What can I do for you, Mr. Gray? Do you have any new laptops? I have 2 right here from Apple. Great, I need one. Sure thing. Can you set it up with an email account for Anastasia Steele? She'll be the owner. How are you spelling Steele? Steele. Cool. Great. Andrea will be in touch today to arrange delivery. Sure thing, sir. Thanks, Barney. And go home. Yes, sir. I text Andrea with instructions to send the laptop to Anna's home address, then return to the living room. Anna's sitting on the sofa, fidgeting with her fingers. She gives me a cautious look and rises. Ready? I ask. She nods. Taylor reappears from his office. Tomorrow, then, I tell him. Yes, sir. Which car are you taking, sir? The R8. Safe trip, Mr. Gray, Miss Steele, Taylor says as he opens the foyer doors for us. Anna fidgets beside me as we wait for the elevator, her teeth on her plump lower lip. It reminds me of her teeth on my cock. We're never going to go more than 2 pages without his cock being referenced. Ever, 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 ever. It's just not going to happen. Oh, this is normally where we're past like where normally a chapter would stop, so I'm having a stretch break. Oh, because that's part of the problem with this, not having normal chapters. There isn't natural places to take a break and just stretch, which I really need to do. Oh. And shameless self-plug, we still have 10 ducks available to add to the stage for $10 each. You may sponsor a duck and get to name it For 25, I will put on the cups for the rest of the evening, and for $50, I will fill this glass up to here and chug it immediately. If anybody would like to donate and help a girl out. Mm. Thought I heard a puppy. He's under his puppy bed asleep and very happy. No, we love yammering here. Yammering is what this place is for. It's encouraged. And actually, we're fully like back on time because I know how to catch up when I need to. The yammering is what keeps me sane. The going off for 5 minutes about movies, TV shows, and whatever, that's what keeps me sane doing this. Do more yammering, a lot more. You're thoroughly encouraged. Continue. Be more active. Talk a lot. If you know the show Nip Tuck, because we figured out some shit last week. So Dale, if you're still around, you were here for that. Mm. In other words, an actual human being. Who, would treat you like a decent person. And probably doesn't regard his cock as a fully independent thinking appendage. I couldn't remember if him and Sophie Trudeau, I forget her other last name because she's political royalty as well. So it amazes me nowadays how many people don't know that Trudeau is political royalty in Canada. And that, that's why because, part of the reason he did so much stupid shit in college that then came back on him a few years ago was because he desperately did not want anything to do with politics. And he'd been literally groomed his whole life that he was going to be the grand successor of his father, who is regarded as one of, if not the best prime minister Canada ever had. And he wanted Pierre Trudeau is his father, yes. And again, regarded as one of the best prime ministers we ever had, possibly the best, as well as being just a really great person and like Canadian hero in his own right. And so naturally his son was like groomed from day one to be like, oh, of course you'll get into politics and be his successor. And like Bush, because Bush did it first. Bush is older. But he wanted no part of it, and that's why he did so much stupid shit in college, because he was trying to make himself politically untouchable. It was deliberate, it was intentional, but he couldn't escape it, basically. And so yeah, after quite a while, he came around to it, and sure enough, first time he runs for anything, he gets elected prime minister in a landslide. magical power of Vicks. And I will say, I actually have Vicks inhalers from Britain because here in Canada, Vicks inhalers are about $9 each, whereas my friend in England can buy them for about 25 cents. And so if he buys me like 30 of them, and then even including the cost of shipping, it's still cheaper than my buying like 2 of them here. Also, they don't weigh too much, so shipping's light. I'll take your word for it. I don't tend to notice male ass, only female. I mean, even when I'm spanking the shit out of it, I really don't notice the shape of the male booty. Just not of interest. But that's me. I've always kind of liked his hair. He has very like flowy, like not quite too long, but very like movie hair. I feel for you there. I do feel for you there. Cause yeah, you got a lot of bullshit to put up with. What is it, Anastasia? I ask as I reach out and pluck her chin. It's the other thing that drives me fucking crazy in these books. He's always grabbing her face. He's always grabbing her face and like pointing her head up and controlling her head. Like whether grabbing her chin or her hair, he's always controlling her head. And that drives me fucking crazy. Oh, my neck's not gonna give. Nope. What I wouldn't give for some Rub A535 right now. But that is not in the budget. Stop biting your lip or I will fuck you in the elevator and I don't care who gets in with us. I growl. She's shocked, I think. Though why would she be after all we've done? My mood softens. Yeah, because you've had sex like 2 times in one blowjob. And that means she's ready for public elevator sex. Okay, Kanye. Christian, I have a problem, she says. Oh? In the elevator, I press the button for the garage. Well, she stutters, uncertain. Then she squares her shoulders. I need to talk to Kate. I have so many questions about sex, and you're involved too. If you want me to do all these things, how do I know? She stops as if weighing her words. I just don't have any terms of reference. She's kind of going, how do I know I will like it or it will be okay? But you don't know that Kate is kinky either or would know anything about that either. And you've done 2 out of the 3 vanilla sex things, so she wouldn't uh not this again. We've been over this. No, she started to bring it up. You said no, acted like a jerk. That's not called resolving it. That's called you were a jerk. I don't want her talking to anyone. She's signed an NDA. But she's asked again, so it must be important to her. Talk to her if you must. Make sure she doesn't mention anything to Elliot. She wouldn't do that, and I wouldn't tell you anything she tells me about Elliot if she were to tell me anything. She insists. I remind her that I'm not interested in Elliot's sex life, but agree that she can talk about what we've done so far. Her roommate would have my balls if she knew my real intentions. Okay, so again with the self-awareness that another thinking human being with an actual functioning brain in her head and any kind of sexual experience is going to recognize that he is being a predator. He is grooming Anastasia, he's brainwashing her, and he's taking advantage of her. Because no matter which way you slice it, he is very much taking advantage of the naive, doughy-eyed virgin for his evil, kinky fuckery purposes. That is just as black and white as it can be, and that never changes. Right? And the answer is yes. Yes, it is a threat. Like, everything he tells her not to do is a constant threat, and it becomes more obvious the further you go in the series because he adds, like, if you do this, I will do this, and it's things she doesn't want done to her. And it's physical punishments and pain and sexual withholding and sexual torture and things that she does not want and doesn't enjoy, but he will do to her as punishment, sometimes without her knowledge, almost always without her consent, because he's like, yeah, you pissed me off. That thing you did when, somebody looked at you and you didn't immediately duck behind me and hide or put on a burqa. Now I'm sexually punishing you for that thing. And he does it constantly, like in the honeymoon scene, infamously. Not honeymoon, but on their honeymoon. It involves him like definitely drugging her and marking her in a way to because he doesn't like a thing. But we'll get there. Okay, Anna says and gives me a bright smile. The sooner I have your submission, the better. We can stop all this. Stop all what? And here we go. Here is the motto of the whole thing. You defying me. I kiss her quickly, and her lips on mine immediately make me feel better. Yeah, because all she needs to do is just give up all free will and any power of thinking that she has, which is almost negligible, and just stop defying him. Nice car, she says as we approach the R8 in the underground garage. I know. I flash her a quick grin and I'm rewarded with another smile before she rolls her eyes. I open the door for her, wondering if I should comment about the eye rolling. What sort of car is this? She asks when I'm behind the wheel. It's an Audi R8 Spider. It's a lovely day. We can take the top down. There's a baseball cap in there. In fact, there should be two. I start the ignition and retract the roof, and the boss fills the car. Gotta love Bruce. Oh, you mean Springsteen. Okay. I know that reference. I probably couldn't name a Springsteen song, but I know he's referred to as the boss. I grin at Anna and steer the R8 out of her safe place in the garage. Weaving in and out of traffic on the I-5, we head towards Portland. Anna is quiet, listening to the music and staring out the window. It's difficult to see her expression behind oversized wayfarers and under my mariner's cap. The wind whistles over us as we speed past Boeing Field. So far, this weekend has been unexpected. And what did I expect? I thought we'd have dinner, discuss the contract, and then what? Perhaps fucking her was inevitable. I glance across at her. Yes, and I want to fuck her again. I wish I knew what she was thinking. She gives little away, but I've learned some things about Anna. In spite of her inexperience, she's willing to learn. Who would have thought that under that shy exterior she has the soul of a siren? An image of her lips around my dick comes to mind and I suppress a moan. We're not going to make it 2 pages. We're not going to make it 2 pages without him referencing his dick, ever. This entire book. I'm calling it right now. Yes, she's more than willing. The thought is arousing. I hope I can see her before next weekend. Even now, I'm itching to touch her again. Reaching across, I put my hand on her knee. Hungry? I gotta highlight the you defying me crap. Because Jesus Christ. I mean, not just because I'm not a submissive, and I'm not. I'm thoroughly not. And again, I made I was young, very, very, very much too young. Mistake of assuming just because I was female and young that I must be submissive, and I hated it. And also, I was very bad at it. But I also had a couple of doms who didn't understand themselves that when I tell you something is a hard limit, i.e., don't touch my fucking hair, and then they touch my hair and say, I can because I'm the dom, well, that's what gets you punched in the throat, and then I leave. Because that's not how that works. See, here's why people who want to get into the lifestyle, you know what you need to do? There's 4 episodes. They even come in their own personal box set. It's called the Lady Heather box set. It is from CSI, the original CSI. rebooted as CSI Las Vegas, but the original one, and is between Gil Grissom and a woman called Lady Heather, played expertly by, why is her name failing me? Because I know this actress, because I love this actress. Jesus Christ, what is wrong with me? Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with me? Because I know this actress. Jesus. Because I love this actress. I will watch things just for her being in it. But the actress who plays Lady Heather, she also played in Xena. That's the first thing that I know her from. The fuck is her name? Melinda Clark. It's Melinda Clark is her name. But there are 4 episodes that are the Lady Heather episodes of the original CSI. They come in their own box set. Look up Lady Heather because she is a dominatrix and she gets in a weird relationship with Gil Grissom, but she explains it. It's in the first and second episode. Really covers her explaining what it is. And the thing is, the power dynamic that people don't realize, they think the Dom is in charge because they're the one giving orders and holding the end of the leash and wielding the crop and whatever. No, the submissive is the one in charge because the submissive can say stop. They can say stop at any time and everything stops. The submissive has all the power, really, because what the submissive doing is surrendering their power. They're not surrendering. What they're doing is temporarily granting their power. They're ceding their own autonomy to someone else. They're giving it to them with their trust. And that is why trust is so much of it. That the Dom will not break their rules, will not do things they didn't agree to, will not push the boundaries too far, and will not take them too far. And it goes both ways. But there is a huge amount of trust that the submissive is giving, and that's why they're always in charge, because they can always say stop. Like again, I always adhere to the traffic lights and safety word and safe word. Traffic lights is you check in because you should be checking in with your sub about every 5 minutes or so. Green means everything is good, yellow means slow down, red means stop what you are doing. But it doesn't mean stop for the evening, it means stop this thing because this thing is too far. And then you would definitely take a break and do some aftercare and comfort. And if they wanted to continue, it's a possibility you would have to talk about it. Safe word means everything stops immediately. Session over. Untie, strip the clothes off, put everything away, and comfort. Lots of comfort until they're okay. But as we'll see, while he employs those, he resents his subs for using them and wants to punish them for using them, and that makes him an abuser and not a dominant. Excuse me. Not particularly, she responds, subdued. This is getting old. You must eat, Anastasia. I know a great place near Olympia. We'll stop there. So again, we're back to him force feeding her, even though breakfast was what, like an hour ago? I wouldn't be hungry either. No, it is absolutely not do what I say no matter what. That is what idiots who read this book think. That's not at all what it is. No. Proper dom sub relationship, they will have gone over each other's like hard limits. Hard limits are things I will never do. For me, that includes like blowjobs, fire play, choking, pulling my hair. These are things I will never do. If you ever do them to me or ever attempt to or even ask me, we're done. I don't care how much I like you or how good the sex is, we're done. I will never speak to you again. Soft limits are things that you won't always do or you won't do right away, but you will under the right circumstances. And again, this is where sessions between a dominant and a submissive are planned out. Unless you know them really well and like you've been together for 5 years, then you don't have to. But initially, for the first year or two, you're going to plan it out. You're going to say, okay, tonight I'm in the mood to play naughty professor and horny student. And so I will allow spanking, rimming, blowjobs, tit play, wax play, and you make a list. This is what's allowed. And you'll say, like, my usual hard limits apply. For soft limits, I'm maybe willing to do this or this if you want. but you plan it out. You have a plan. And yes, you're trusting each other both ways. Yeah, it is about total trust. It's absolutely about trust and respect, and it goes both ways, but it is largely the dominant respecting the submissive because they're the one doing the giving. Dominant's the one doing the taking, the submissive's the one doing the giving. And again, that can work both ways, but it's majority that way because the submissive is giving the dom permission to do things to them that gets the dom off. And again, to be clear, most BDSM relationships do not involve sex. Both parties may get off and come several times, but it does not usually involve intimate or sexual touching, and it certainly does not involve having sex. When I'm in the role of mistress, none of my subs have ever touched me or had sex with me. They've gotten off several times. I have gotten off when I wanted to, but we've never had sex. That would never be allowed. Can you have a BDSM relationship that evolves to sex or having sex as part of the relationship? Yes, absolutely. And several people do. Again, in a healthy and safe way, but it's not a starting point. You don't start with sex and then add this in unless like you're married and you have a sexual relationship and you're trying to spice things up. That's different. You should because it's good. It works. And that's why safety is the biggest concern. Safety is always, should always be the biggest concern. That's why I don't like that in this book there are multiple references to him using cable ties as restraints. That is very bad practice because that's dangerous. That gets into actual, like, I could really hurt you permanently danger, and it's not something any good dominant would ever do. Even if the submissive asked, they would say, no, that is too far. That is too risky. That is unsafe, and I'm not doing it. But yeah, everything is supposed to be done in a safe. And people don't get this because they're like, how can you say you care about someone when you're, using this wooden paddle and spanking them on the ass 50 times until they cry? I'm doing that because I care. Because they had a really stressful work week and they need that release and this is how they get it and it works for them and it works for me. So I am helping them by doing this because this is how they get through next week is by having this release. Some people go to a therapist, some people scream into a pillow, some people like to get their ass beat until it's so red they can't sit down the next day. To each their own and don't judge. And there's no difference, by the way, there's no difference between the guy who likes to spend his weekend on his hands and knees barking like a dog while getting paddled and told that he's worthless with a 2-inch cock and he'll never be worthy of fucking a woman because humiliation gets him off. There is no difference between the guy who spends his weekend like that and the guy who spends 48 hours on the golf course cursing in a sand trap. It's the same thing. It's the same mechanism of release and relaxation. They just find it in different ways. Exactly. That is the number one rule. As long as nobody gets hurt, or at least when it comes to BDSM, nobody gets hurt in a way that they don't want to be hurt. Because again, masochists are a thing. Like I've known people that enjoyed getting burned with cigarettes. That was their get off. That was their point. But again, they had a mistress who limited it because they wouldn't have. They would have happily been burned from their toes to their neck in one weekend. And they had to be told, no, you get 5. So tell me where you want the 5. And over the next like 4 or 5 hours while we play with other things, I will burn you 5 times within limits. And again, this was a nurse doing it. She was a nurse. So she knew how to do like wound care, etc. afterwards, because that is extreme. Like anything with burning is extreme. You are getting into danger there. And you got to really trust somebody and know what you're doing and have like backups. And don't be afraid to go to the hospital if you need to because things can go wrong. But if that's what does it for you and you can do it in a safe, consensual way, yeah, wax play is a big one. Big one, because the fact is, even though wax, if I'm holding the candle up here and it's hot enough to melt, by the time it falls about 2 feet and lands on your skin, it's pretty cooled. So at most you're going to feel a little bit warm and maybe the impact. If you're holding the candle right above their skin and it's dripping while it's practically on fire, you're doing it wrong. But hold it a little higher. That's the thing with wax play. They're actual wax play candles that you can get very easily. By the way, Madame Malum, I don't know if they ship to the US, but check out a website called pinkcherry.ca. They have a ton of crap for all kinds of like getting into things and they're affordable. Yeah, wax play is a very popular thing because it's something that, like, it's painful, but not really. So it's good for kind of, noob to moderate play. And again, it depends how close you hold that candle, how much it hurts. So it's a good thing to work your way into. Just make sure, just be careful. Again, he is right. Be careful around like pubic hair and that because you can set it on fire and hair burns really badly and really quickly. Really, really quickly. So watch for flames. Like be careful with flames. That's the thing when you're dealing with wax play, remember that you are playing with fire. So be careful, have like a bowl of water on the side just in case. Oh yeah, setting your pubic. There is actually, I'm not even kidding. There's a thing in like stupid porn. I'm not even kidding. And those who know Pokemon, of like spiking a girl's pubic hair up in the air and then literally intentionally lighting it on fire and then apparently sticking your dick in it while it's on fire and screaming, "I tame the Charizard." I've heard of it. Yes, it smells really bad too. That's totally true. Anyone on the internet ever tried Nair? You know why Nair, the hair removal cream, stinks so bad? It smells atrocious because it's chemically burning the shit out of you. That's why Nair smells like that. And it smells bad. Yeah, I know it is. And it's dangerous. People have seriously gotten burned. Charizard is a Pokemon. He's one of the original fire dragon Pokemon that can breathe fire. So it's, I don't know, it's a stupid, stupid thing that should not be a thing. Cuisine Sauvage is small and crowded with couples and families enjoying Sunday brunch. With Anna's hand in mine, we followed the hostess to our table. The last time I came here was with Elena. I wonder what she'd make of Anastasia. Oh yes, his former mistress slash childhood abuser. Of course he took her here. I've not been here for a while. We don't get a choice. They cook whatever they've caught or gathered. I say, grimacing, feigning my horror. Anna laughs. Why do I feel 10 feet tall when I make her laugh? Because you have the maturity of an 11-year-old. And also, seriously, there's no restaurant in the world that would survive if they were like fishing for the fucking meal off the goddamn dock and gathering herbs from the forest around the place where they were. This is not a viable business model. Yeah, no, it's completely, yes it is. Yes it is. I don't know if it's died out yet, but I'm sure there are corners of the internet where it's still around. It's like when I wonder if Torture Galaxy is still around, which was a series of porn videos I stumbled across in the early 2000s. Most memorably seeing a woman who was in a metal like restraint. She was like this. She was standing up, but her boobs were through two metal bars that were clamped on them, and then uh 2x4s were put under and above her breasts, and nails were hammered through. And I mean all the way, yes, through and for real. And yes, it was real. But that is somebody's get off. Is that way too extreme for me? And I would never allow it because you're definitely doing like long term damage. You're gonna have scars and shit. But is somebody okay with that? And that was their like fantasy? Yeah, fine. As long as it's consensual, I don't have a problem with this. I actually like, you know, temporary piercings is something I enjoy doing to other people because I'm a sadist. So, that gets me off, but only on people who want it. Two glasses of Pinot Grigio. Hey! This is part Pinot Grigio. This is Chard and Pinot, so drink. Mhm. Mm. My mouth is on the wrong part of the glass and my autism can't handle that. Mm. I order from the waitress who's making eyes at me from beneath blonde bangs. It's annoying. This is the other thing. Every single goddamn woman that he interacts with, he thinks is hitting on him. He always does. Every single woman he thinks is constantly hitting on him. Which you know is in his head. Because there's no way that every single woman is actually hitting on him. Yet there's not been one woman he's interacted with this whole book that he has not in his head said is like attracted to him or flirting with him or whatever. And it's only in his head, I swear to God, because he's that full of himself. Anna scowls. What? I ask, wondering if the waitress is annoying her too. I wanted a Diet Coke. Why didn't you say so? I frown. He didn't say that out loud. The Pinot Grigio here is a decent wine. It'll go well with the meal, whatever we get. No it won't. Pinot Grigio goes great with like fruit and fish. If they bring you a steak, it's not gonna go well with that. And why didn't you ask her what she wanted? I detest somebody ordering for me. Like, two of my most annoying days in life ever were, you ever have this experience where somebody invites you out for lunch, and then they try to tell you what to order at the place? And in this case, it was Swiss Chalet. So that's a Canadian icon. I've been eating at Swiss Chalet my whole life. I know what I order when I go to Swiss Chalet, and yet I had these two people who from their side were like kind of well intentioned, but I think were being completely rude and disgusting because the fact that they invited me out and therefore they were paying, which I make sure of when somebody invites me out. I'm like, okay, you want to go out with me? Who's paying? Because I can't afford it. So if you expect me to pay for myself or go halvesies, this isn't happening. So unless you're treating, I'm not going. And their idiot thing out of like, because I'm fat, obviously, and I was overweight back then too, not to the degree I am now, but I was overweight. And their idiot way of trying to help was to invite me out for lunch and then all but fucking insist that instead of getting either the half chicken with fries or the burger with fries, because Swiss Chalet at the time, they don't have these burgers anymore, which I regret so much because they were so good. And they were one of like two places at the time that I would eat a burger. Harvey's is the other because I'm very picky about burgers. But these two idiots then tried to insist on that I should order the quarter chicken with a garden salad on the side because that's healthier and that would help me get my weight under control. My weight is hormonal, idiot. It has nothing to do with what I eat because I actually eat very little. And if they'd known me at all, they would have known that. That actually the number of calories I ate in a day was less than what you would expect for a woman of average size. So no, what I am eating is not the fucking problem. My weight gain is hormonal and other things, so my eating a salad ain't gonna do shit about it. Okay, if I was on the proper meds that I should have been on my whole life, I would never have gained weight like this, but I wasn't because medical care sucks. But the audacity, and in pure fucking audacity, of inviting someone out for lunch and then trying to dictate what they order and what they eat, go fuck yourself. Like, I can't think of anything more rude or insulting than that. You know, I'd rather eat a fucking piece of toast at home and be hungry for 2 days than deal with that shit. Thank you. That's very sweet. That is sweet of you to say. But yeah, religion will do that. And it was always in the name of religion. This is why I gave up on religion, because go fuck yourself. Because it's all about controlling people and telling them what to think and what to do. Not to mention when I was getting to be 21 or 22, even though I knew I was gay slash queer slash other things from about the age of 4, I grew up in a Catholic household. So I also knew from the age of 4 that it was not okay to say so. But I was out of that house, and I was very sure of it by the time I was 14, more sure of it in high school. But I never had anyone I wanted to date in high school. In high school, I was busy with other things. I was on the streets by then. I was barely keeping up with the day to day and trying to keep my mom alive, and, working as a prostitute at night and sleeping on park benches. So dating somebody was not an issue. So I didn't have to deal with my sexuality until I was out of high school and I was like 21, 22, and I was getting to a place where, like, kind of might like want to have sex at some point in a non-professional manner. And so I thought about it and it was time to come out. But even my own family, I came out to most of my family eventually. My own family even said, don't ever tell your grandfather. And they were right. I had no intention of telling him, but they were right to say, like, don't tell him, because he not only would have, like, forced all of them to never talk to me again, we were a little afraid of what he would do having a gay grandchild. Because no. Keep in mind, my grandparents, they're both dead now. They were so Catholic. They were high ranking members of the Knights of Columbus. I'm not entirely sure what they do, but it's like a Catholic cult on top of a cult. And when their son, my uncle, died, my uncle, who, by the way, was their failure child, who never left home and lived with them their whole life and was the courthouse janitor, when he died, an actual cardinal and 3 bishops came to his funeral. He had a 4-hour Catholic funeral mass and then an actual funeral on top of that. Yes, it took all day. Yes, I was dying, but that is proper Catholicism. And for that to converge on a guy who was the courthouse janitor. Yeah, my grandparents were fucking high-ranking Catholic officials to fucking a bishop. I couldn't believe it. Like, I got there and we're in the biggest church in the city and there's like 2,000 people. Well, not like, but I'm going to say like 800 people. It was pretty big. And a fucking bishop and 3 cardinals presiding over the funeral of a courthouse janitor. That's when I was like, okay, my grandparents are like up in Jesus. Even I was like, okay, fuck. Yeah, that's terrible. Right? What does it matter to you what somebody else fucking eats? Oh, girl, sometime we should have a full bitch session on the Catholic Church. Because we could go round and round for days, I'm sure. Because, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And not that any of that's behind them or a thing of the past in any way. And was the church ever held accountable for what, like 500 years of, oh, somebody gets accused of being inappropriate with children? We'll just transfer them. We'll just transfer them to another parish and just hide it. We'll just cover it up. Did anyone in the Catholic higher ups ever face accountability or criminal sanctions or criminal charges or jail time for knowingly covering up serious crimes against children for decades? No, they did not. They paid a lot of money and everybody shut up. Oh yeah. No, we should totally do that. Yeah, no, I hate sanctimony. I hate sanctimony and judgmentalness. Like, there's a reason the phrase "good Christian bitches." Catholics do consider themselves Christian. Christians by that I mean Anglicans, Protestants, Brethren, other denominations. But anyone who considers themselves Christian, they do consider Catholicism to be a cult, and most of them don't know what it is. They put it up there with fucking Zoroastrianism and Muslim and all the other things, and Judaism and other things they don't understand. But the Catholic a little bit more so with the cultness, because they are. But Catholics consider themselves Christian, but Christians do not consider Catholics to be Christian. And it's very confusing when you're raised in it. Because, like, later on, when I was in various Christian churches and I would start saying Catholic things, and everybody look at me like I'd grown two heads, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a Catholic thing. But, okay, you call yourself Christian and they call themselves Christian, but you mean two very different things. Very, very, very different things. No, I also, let's face it, Jesus was Middle Eastern, meaning he's brown, America. Meaning Jesus had black hair and brown eyes and dark skin. Because he was from fucking Jerusalem, you fucking assholes. He was not blonde with blue eyes and white skin, so go fuck yourselves. And he certainly didn't have the ripped abs that all of Christianity gives him. Every cross, Jesus has got like 8-pack abs. And I've never understood that. Ever. Whatever we get, she asks, her eyes round with alarm. Yes, and I give her my megawatt smile to make amends for not letting her order her own drink. I'm just not used to asking. He's so used to having women around him that he controls that it doesn't even occur to him to ask what she wants, because she should just want whatever he gives her. My mother liked you, I add, hoping this will please her and remembering Grace's reaction to Anna. Really? She says, looking flattered. Oh, yes, she always thought I was gay. Why? Because she's never seen me with a girl. Oh, not even one of the 15. You remembered. No, none of the 15. Oh. And by the way, why would a family's first thought be gay if they've never seen him with a girl? You've never seen him with a guy either. You've never seen him with anyone. So the celibate monk theory is actually more viable than the gay theory on that one. Oh, right. Right. And then if you want to get into the various times the Catholic Church in 800, then 1400, then 1600, when they got together to basically rewrite the Bible and cut out whole chapters that were written by women, because how dare women have any place in religion, because we are men and we control everything. So basically the Bible as we know it today is a fucking hatchet job of bullshit that's been retranslated so many goddamn times. Nobody knows what the fuck it said. And again, the Catholic Church has at various times cut out chapters written by people they didn't like at the time, depending on who was Pope and who was to be burned and not burned at the time. Like, there's a reason I consider myself a Christian Wiccan these days. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do. They hate anyone who isn't them. Like, the fact that there are other religions built out of Catholic, like, conquest. Like, that's where Santeria comes from the African countries, where they had basically like voodoo and hoodoo as their main religion. So when the Catholics came in, what they did was put saint names. They basically made the voodoo and hoodoo gods into Catholic saints to convert the people. Like that's why holidays are where they are, because Christmas was originally the Celtic celebration of Yule. And so, since it was the biggest celebration of the year already, and most of the population in Europe followed it at the time, they decided, well, we'll make that the birth of Jesus. We'll make that Jesus' birthday, and we'll call it Christmas. And Christmas trees themselves, do you know where that tradition comes from? It comes from as a Celtic tradition, again, Celtic, which would modernize into Wicca about 1,000 years later, was from, they used to take in pine branches into their homes to protect the spirit of growth and renewal and pray for a good harvest. And so that evolved into the Christmas tree. Also, birthday candles. Originally, the candles in the flame and blowing it away was to ward off evil spirits for the year coming and bless the person whose birthday it was. That's what became modern birthday candles. So yes, it's all yeah, they're pagan. It all comes from paganism. Yeah, I know, like they don't know Jesus is Jewish. Like Jesus Christ, really. Yeah, and Catholics did warm up to Hitler. They thought he would win was the thing, and they were trying to be aligned with the side that would win so they wouldn't lose their money and their influence. So yeah, they tried to ally. Yes, that is why people say bless you when you sneeze, because they thought that sneezing might make your soul leave your body. Also, knock on wood. I always laugh my fucking ass off when I see Christian or Catholic people do the knock on wood thing, because that comes from deliberately, it comes from the actual original pagan faith of if you ever said anything hoity about yourself, like, I'm so good at archery, you would be inviting the wrath of the gods by showing hubris and showing that you were getting above yourself, and so the gods would punish you. And so if you caught yourself saying something like that, what you would do is go to a tree, an actual tree, and you would knock on it, because knocking is a sign of respect and invitation at the time. And what you were doing by knocking on the tree was paying homage and respect to the forest spirits and to the gods that be, in saying, I apologize for my moment of hubris. Please do not punish me. I respect you as being the authority and in charge, and I am not better than you, nor do I think myself above my station as a human. A lot of them are. Yeah, a lot. Most of them really are. They're converted because that's how you convert the masses. You don't eliminate their religion. What you do is you tweak it. You fold it over slightly into yours. And that's how you convert the masses. It makes it easier where there's no education, which is why America is going the way it is, because they've long been an anti-education country. Now more than ever, because they're literally trying to get rid of the Department of Education. Jesus. Like, again, I've said it before. Why do you think I'm wearing a Handmaid's Tale dress? This is a Handmaid's Tale dress. Because Democrats look at Handmaid's Tale and take warning. Republicans look at Handmaid's Tale and take instruction. I'm never taking that back, because that's how it's been for the last 10 years. Why do you think they're trying to limit the right to travel for women living in abortion ban states? They're literally trying to make it illegal to leave the state to seek medical care in another state. Trying to limit the right to travel, which is in the Constitution, out of that. Oh, yeah, someday me and you need to get drunk and get started. We really do. Oh yeah, we gotta have a good drunk sometime in movie night. That would be great. Yes, all the way. I know all the good movies. And I will host. Yes, only you, baby. The thought is unsettling. You know, Anastasia, it's been a weekend of firsts for me too. It has? I've never slept with anyone. Never had sex in my bed. Never flown a girl in Charlie Tango. Never introduced a woman to my mother. What are you doing to me? So here's him like doing all the thing and then saying it's all your fault. The waitress brings over our chilled wine. I hate chilled wine. I hate it. And Anna immediately takes a quick sip. Her bright eyes on me. Can I also point out he's drinking when he knows that they have to get back in the car and drive back to where she lives, and he's drinking right now. I would not be okay with that. And I know you can say it's only one glass of wine. It won't impair him that much. How do I know? I just met him. I don't know how much he drinks. I don't know if this is the first glass of wine he's had in 6 months and it's going to knock him on his ass. But either way, I'm not getting in a car with somebody who's been drinking at all. I don't care if you're the guy who's like, oh, I had 2 beers, I'm fine. No, you're not. I'm not getting in the car with you. Give me your keys now. Yeah, what the hell are you doing to me? This isn't me. Also, I can't drink at noon. I'm not one of those people that can have a glass of wine at lunch and then like go back to work for the rest of the day and then like maybe drink in the evening. I'm so not that. I don't understand that. I don't understand that at all. I've never understood that. I'm not saying one glass of wine makes you drunk. I'm saying you don't know. People don't know, and things can hit you, and you don't know. So no, I'm not getting in a car with somebody who's been drinking at all. And I'm not going to be forced to drink at 12 in the afternoon when I don't want to drink at that time. Like, I have trouble having a drink before 9 in the evening. It's just not for me. And, to each their own on that choice. Like, I accidentally came down drunk at school because I forgot that I had made myself a vodka and orange juice the night before, and I got distracted by a phone call and left it sitting on the counter and completely forgot that I'd poured a drink. I didn't drink it all that night. And then when I got up in the morning, I was rushing because I was late, and I just saw, oh, glass of orange juice, chug. And it had been sitting all night, so it was like fermented as fuck because it was like half vodka. But for some reason, I didn't notice because I was like, oh, orange juice burn. And then just ran out the door because I literally just ran out the door. I wasn't even thinking. I was literally out of bed, put on pants, chug out the door in like under 5 minutes. So I didn't even think. And then I'm sitting at my desk like 45 minutes later, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh my God. And I'm going, oh fuck. And then it hits me, oh, there was vodka in there, and now I'm drunk at school. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. And also going, please, for the love of God, nobody notice. Like, oh my God. I think within an hour I said I was sick and went home. Cause but I was so like, oh my God, I couldn't believe that I did that. Also, I genuinely did feel sick. I think probably because it had been sitting all night. It didn't sit real well in my stomach. So I really was feeling quite nauseous. But I was like dizzy and tipsy and yeah, for real. Like I swear leaving it overnight, it fermented somehow and got stronger because there was only like that much vodka and like that much orange juice, but it hit me like the whole glass was vodka. It was not one of my better. Yeah, no, laugh by all means, laugh it up because yeah, I laugh at that. It was funny. I recognize that was one of those really funny moments, but it was not. It was not one of my finer moments in life. I'll say I've really enjoyed this weekend, she says with bashful delight in her voice. I have too, and I realize I haven't enjoyed a weekend for a while. Since Susanna and I have parted ways. I tell her so. What's vanilla sex? She asks. I laugh at her unexpected question and complete change of topic. Just straightforward sex, Anastasia. No toys, no add ons. I shrug. You know, well, actually, you don't, but that's what it means. Yeah. Oh, she says, and looks a little crestfallen. What now? The waitress diverts us, putting down two soup bowls full of greenery. Nettle soup, she announces, and struts back to the kitchen. We glance at each other, then back at the soup. A quick taste informs us both that it's delicious. Anastasia giggles in exaggerated in my dyslexia just punched me in the brain. Anna giggles at my exaggerated expression of relief. Again, this restaurant would never survive because what if somebody's allergic to something, or what if they just plain don't like whatever you picked or shot that day? Like, Jesus, this is the dumbest, like, premise for a fucking restaurant. That's a lovely sound, I say softly. Why have you never had vanilla sex before? Have you always done what you've done? She's as inquisitive as ever. Yes. Because I have always done what I've done as well. The only times I had vanilla sex were when I didn't have the option for more, but I desperately wanted it. Sort of. And then I wonder if I should expand on this. By the way, that number is 4 whole times. And they were a long time ago, and there were other reasons that I was exploring that at the time. I quickly found it didn't work and never did it again. This also led to not having sex for like 8 years, though. If I'm currently checking the last time I had IRL sex with an actual other person in real life, I'll get back to you on that, but it's more than 10 years. More than anything, I want her to be forthcoming with me. I want her to trust me. I'm never this candid, but I think I can trust her, so I choose my words carefully. This is why I've never had a real relationship, even a Dom sub one, because you don't trust. Because you don't participate. You just inflict, which makes you an abuser. One of my mother's friends seduced me when I was 15. Yeah, this is ZL James trying to justify her bullshit of why he is abusive. Oh, Anna Spoon pauses midway from the bowl to her mouth. She had very particular tastes. I was her submissive for 6 years. Meaning from the time he was 15 to 21, he was being sexually abused and raped by an older woman that was the best friend of his mother's. And that's supposed to justify, or at least that's supposed to explain where he learned, or supposedly learned, uh, all this dominant submissive crap, but it also kind of explains why he's got it all wrong. Because it comes out of an extremely abusive, very wrong relationship. But, he had like anger issues because he was adopted and his mom was a crack whore and whatever. Even though he should realistically he should have absolutely no memory of his mother at all. So I do know what it involves, Anastasia. More than you know. I didn't really have a run of the mill introduction to sex. I couldn't be touched. I still can't. I wait for her reaction, but she continues with her soup, smiling over this tidbit of information. You've never dated anyone in college? She asks when she's finished her last spoonful, meaning they sat there in silence for enough time to eat an entire bowl of soup. No. The waitress interrupts us to clear our empty bowls. Anna waits for her to leave. Why? Do you really want to know? You brought it up. Yes, I didn't want to. She was all I wanted, needed, and besides, she'd have beaten the shit out of me. So again, we're seeing how bad this relationship was, and that all it did was reinforce any abuse he had, and teach him this twisted way of approaching sex. She blinks a couple of times as she absorbs this news. So if she was a friend of your mother's, how old is she? Old enough to know better. See, again, because this is retconned as hell. All of this about Elena is retconned as hell because in the first books, he quite still loves her. Not in love with her, but respects her, loves in the platonic way her, cares about her, they're in business together, he's very generous to her, and he takes all the subs to her. Either she picks them out or he takes them to her for approval. And since she runs a beauty salon, he would send his subs there once a week to basically be pampered and like waxed head to toe. And she would make sure that they were conforming to his needs and being what he wanted. And basically, she was still running his sex life, even though the two of them were not actively in a BDSM relationship at the time. But she was still very much controlling him in that way of approving and choosing his subs because again we learn later that she hopes he'll eventually realize I'm the only one that can fill his needs and he'll marry me and blah blah blah. And and it ultimately makes her pathetic. They should have kept her more as the evil character. Honestly, they really should have, because that would have been a hell of a lot better. But he never, ever, ever, in the original books, he never, ever, 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 ever sees her as being abusive or as having done anything wrong. He's always grateful to her, respects her, wants her opinion, still goes to her when he's in trouble. So he never sees her as abusive or wraps his head around how wrong it was for her to take advantage of a 15-year-old. Oops. Excuse me. You really want to know? She would have beaten the shit out of me. She blinks a couple of times as she absorbs the news. How old was she? Old enough to know better. Do you still see her? She sounds shocked. Yes. Do you still, um, she blushes crimson, her mouth turned down. No, I say quickly. I don't want her to have the wrong idea about my relationship with Elena. She's a very good friend. I reassure her. Oh, does your mother know? Of course not. My mother would kill me. And Helena too. The waitress returns with the main entree. Venison. Okay, this is what I'm saying. Red meat is the main entree. It's not going to go with a Pinot Gris. You need a red wine or some fucking like rum or vodka for that shit. And also drinking in the middle of the day. And it takes a long sip of her wine. But it can't have been full time. She's ignoring her food. Again with him and food. Well, it was, though I didn't see her all the time. It was difficult. After all, I was still in school and then at college. Eat up, Anastasia. I'm really not hungry, Christian, she says. I narrow my eyes. Eat. I keep my voice low as I try to check my temper. Meaning he wants to like bend her over the table and beat the shit out of her because she's refusing to eat. Give me a moment, she says. Her tone is quiet as mine. What's her problem? Elena? Okay, I agree, wondering if I've told her too much, and I take a bite of my venison. Gee, why would she be needing a moment after you just said I was sexually abused for 6 years by a close friend of my mother in very kinky and erotic ways, and that's why I now am perpetuating that abuse on others because, unlike most people who are abused do not become abusers. That's a wrong stereotype. But he is the exception. He's the one. It's like 1 in 12 or something, last I heard. So he's like the 8% that when they're abused, they become the abuser to take back their power, and they do it by abusing other people. They do unto others what was done unto them and feel like it's reclaiming their power. It's not really because it's all out of insecurity and reenacting trauma, but it's what a lot of people think of. It's why a lot of people wrongly get into BDSM, and that's where E.L. James is so wrong, because she basically wrote the worst possible way of getting into it for all of the wrong reasons, and I mean all of, and like pretended that, oh, because he's abused, it's okay that he doesn't follow like normal BDSM safety relationships, and he's such a douchebag and a tool. And for so many years, like 10 years, she defended this creation of hers in trying to say that no, he's not abusive. He's not really abusive because, oh, he's been hurt, so he doesn't know any better. And she defended him for a long time. That has fallen by the wayside. Not fully, but she has at least calmed down a little and now says, the last I heard her comment on it was that living with Christian Grey would be extremely challenging and difficult. Finally, she picks up her cutlery and starts eating. Good. This is what our um relationship will be like, she asks. You ordering me around? She scrutinizes the plate of food in front of her. Yes, I see. She tosses her ponytail over her shoulder. And what's more, you'll want me to. Suck a dick. It's a big step, she says. She doesn't even know what she is talking about. That is how wrong this is. She literally has no idea, no comprehension, no intelligence, no experience, and not even the common sense God gave a goose to know what she's being like asked to. Like, this is the devil seducing the virgin concubine. Like, it is. I close my eyes. I want her to do this with me, now more than ever. What can I say to convince her to give our arrangement a try? Anastasia, you have to go with your gut. Do the research, read the contract. I'm happy to discuss any aspect. I'll be in Portland until Friday if you want to talk about it before then. Call me. Maybe we can have dinner, say Wednesday. I really want to make this work. In fact, I've never wanted anything as much as I want this. Whoa, big speech, Gray. Did you just ask her out on a date? You guys never even been on a date. What happened to the 15? She asks. Various things, but it boils down to incompatibility. No, it boils down to he got bored. They got too good at being his submissive, so he didn't have a reason to beat the shit out of them, so he got bored and threw them away. He has like a 3-month attention span, we know this. And you think I might be compatible with you? Yes, I hope so. So you're not seeing any of them anymore. No, Anastasia, I'm not. I'm monogamous in my relationships. No, you're not, because you're still with Elena. Even if you're not fucking, you're with her. I see. To the research, Anastasia. She puts her knife and fork down, signaling she's finished her meal. Did she even take a bite? She didn't even take a bite. That's it? That's all you're going to eat? She nods, placing her hands in her lap, and her mouth sets in that mulus way she has. And I know it'll be a fight to persuade her to clean her plate. No wonder she's so slim. Her eating issues will be something to work on if she agrees to be mine. As I continue to eat, her eyes dart to me every few seconds, and a slow flush strains her cheeks. Oh, what's this? So we have proof that she is deliberately starving herself. I'd give anything to know what you're thinking right at this moment. That line is taken directly from Twilight and nobody noticed. She's clearly thinking about sex. Okay, if you think you know, why are you... And also, fuck you for assuming. I can guess, I tease. I'm glad you can't read my mind. Your mind, no, Anastasia. But your body, that I've gotten to know quite well since yesterday. I give her a wolfish grin and ask for the check. When we leave, her hand is firmly in mine. She's quiet, deep in thought, it seems, and remains so all the way to Vancouver. I've given her a great deal to think about. Alright, I gotta take a break for 2 seconds and use the ladies' room, so I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves, I'll give you a topic. Fruits that come in bunches that should. Talk amongst yourselves. Be right back. Anyone who knows what SNL bit that's from, you're cool. More water? No, I'm good. Yeah, knocking stuff over. Puppy doodle. Despair. Mm. But she's also given me a great deal to think about. Will she want to do this with me? Damn, I hope so. It's still light when we arrive at her home, and the sun is sinking into the horizon and shining pink and pearl, shining a shining pink and pearl light on Mount St. Helens. Excuse me. Anna and Kate live in a scenic spot with an amazing view. Yeah, amazing how two like just graduated, don't have jobs, college students can afford it. Do you want to come in? She asks after I've switched off the engine. No, I have work to do. I know that if I accept her invitation, I'll be crossing a line I'm not prepared to cross. I'm not boyfriend material. I don't want to give her any false expectations of that kind of relationship, of the kind of relationship she'll have with me, despite the fact that that is all you've done. That is all that you have done. You have deliberately played into the boyfriend ideal and vanilla sex and dating and taking her out for lunch and for a muffin and etc. to seduce her into the things you want to do, and then you're basically going to say, well, no, now that I own you, all I want to do is whip and beat and fuck you. I'm not going to take you out for dinner or in public ever again because you're my dirty little secret. You're my fuck toy that I keep in the red room and take out when I want to play, but you have no other function, and you're not a person when you're with me. You're an object that I stick my dick in and I order around. Her face falls, and deflated she looks away. She doesn't want me to go. It's humbling. Reaching across, I grasp her hand and kiss her knuckles, hoping to take the sting out of my rejection. Thank you for this weekend, Anastasia. It's been the best. She turns shining eyes to me. Wednesday, I continue, I'll pick you up from work, from wherever. Wednesday, she says, and the hope in her voice is disconcerting. Yeah, because he knows again, he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. And leaving her for an entire week, that would be way too long because her head will unscramble and his brainwashing will go away and she'll realize what a complete jackass he actually is and that she was an idiot to give it up to him and that he is an evil bastard who only wants to hurt and control her. But as we'll see, from the beginning of this series until they are married and then thereafter, he doesn't leave her alone for more than 12 hours. So Wednesday is not going to be the next time they see each other. Shit, it's not a date. Yes, it is. I kiss her hand again and climb out of the car to open her door. I have to get out of here before I do something I'll regret. Again, alluding to the fact that he knows he's a rapist. When she gets out of the car, she brightens, at odds with how she looked a moment ago. She marches up to her front door, but before reaching the steps, she turns suddenly. Oh, by the way, I'm wearing your underwear, she says in triumph, and she yanks the waistband up so I can see the words Polo and Ralph peeking over her jeans. She's stolen my underwear! Exclamation point. I'm stunned, and in that instant I want nothing more than to see her in my boxer briefs, and only them. She tosses back her hair and swaggers into her apartment, leaving me standing on the curb, staring like a fool. Shaking my head, I climb back into the car and start the engine. I cannot help my shit-eating grin. I hope she says yes. Again, her character and sassiness have been dialed way the fuck up. It still makes her a useless tool and a pathetic shell of an actual character, but these little moments are definitely retconned to try and make her seem like not a blank fucking slate with no goddamn character or personality of her own. But that's where her like upgrade in tit size and like body have also come because she was not built like that originally. Hell no. I finish my work and take a sip of a fine Sancerre delivered by room service by the woman with dark eyes. Trawling through my emails and answering where required has been a welcome distraction from thoughts of Anastasia, and now I'm pleasantly tired. Is it the 5 hours of work, or all the sexual activity last night and this morning? Memories of the delectable Miss Steele invade my mind. In Charlie Tango, in my bed, in my bath, dancing around my kitchen, and to think it all started here Friday, and now she's considering my proposal. Has she read the contract? Is she doing her homework? Again, with the infantilizing by calling it homework. I check my phone again for a text or missed call, but of course there's nothing. Will she agree? I hope so. Andrea has sent me Anna's new email address and assured me the laptop will be delivered tomorrow morning. And with that in mind, I type out an email. As with always with emails, we are skipping the footers and the headers because they're repeated nonsense that doesn't need to be read. From Christian Gray, subject your new computer. Dear Miss Steele, I trust you slept well. I hope that you put this laptop to good use as discussed. I look forward to dinner Wednesday. Happy to answer any questions before then via email should you so desire. Christian Gray. The email doesn't bounce, so the address is live. I wonder how Anna will react in the morning when she reads it. I hope she likes the laptop. Guess I'll know tomorrow. By the way, sending her a laptop with a preset email address just so you can have your kinky hookups. Picking up my latest read, I settle onto the sofa. It's a book by two renowned economists who examine why the poor think and behave the way they do. An image of a young woman brushing out long dark hair comes to mind. Her hair shines in the light from the cracked and yellowed window, and the air filled with dancing dust motes. I think she meant dust mites, but that's a legit typo. I'm serious. It clearly says dust mites, but it's a typo. She's singing softly like a child. I shudder. Don't go there, Gray. I open the book and start to read. Okay, for anyone who doesn't, I swear to God, this should say dust. It clearly should say dust mites, but it says motes because that's a typo. Because, yeah, the O and the I are right next to each other on the keyboard, and this got past the editors somehow. Someone in the chat say something to let me know you're still alive. Also, end of chapter! Do we still have some time? We're not done. Because I did mark a place. There's a lot of emails, so they'll take like 5 seconds, but we are nearly done. We're gonna get out of here on time, roughly. Or close enough. Honestly, close enough, because this is all fucking emails. So yeah, see, I have a pre-drawn line. See, I drew a line. Because we keep book club to 40 pages, and even though these aren't chapters, we're doing our best. We're doing our fucking best, okay? I'm counting pages and doing my best that I can do, because it's really evil. We didn't get a new deck tonight or any handcuffs, and that makes me very sad. Ugh. Itchy. Okay, let's put on our best for the last few pages. Noso? Nostrovia. Yay. Monday, May 23rd, 2011, so it's the next day. All that was the previous day, this is the next morning. It's after 1 in the morning when I go to bed. Staring at the ceiling, I'm tired, relaxed, but also excited. Anticipating what next week will bring. I hope I have a new project. Miss Anastasia Steele. Okay, I have to highlight the fact that he's calling her a project because I can't not. My feet pound the sidewalk on Main Street as I run towards the river. It's 6:35 in the morning and the sun's rays are shimmering through the high-rise buildings. The sidewalk trees are newly green with spring leaves. Spelled leaves wrong. The air is clean, the traffic quiet. I've slept well. O Fortuna from Oras Carmina Purana is blaring in my ears. Today the streets are paved with possibility. Will she respond to my email? It's too early. Far too early for any response. But feeling lighter than I have in weeks, I run past the statue of the elk and towards the Willamette. By 7:45, I'm in front of my laptop, having showered and ordered breakfast. I email Andrea to let her know I'll be working from Portland for the week and ask her to reschedule any meetings so that they can take place by phone or video conference. I email Gail to let her know I won't be home until Tuesday evening at the earliest. Then I work through my inbox and find, among other things, a proposal for a joint venture with a shipyard from Taiwan. I forward it to Ross to add to the agenda of items we need to discuss. Then I turn to the other outstanding matter, Elena. She's texted me a couple of times over the weekend and I've not replied. Oh, here we go. From Christian Gray, subject The Weekend, to Elena Lincoln. Good morning, Elena. Sorry not to get back to you. I've been busy all weekend and I'll be in Portland all this week. I don't know about next weekend either, but if I'm free, I'll let you know. Latest results for the beauty business look promising. Good going, ma'am. Best C. I press send and wonder again what Elena would make of Anna and vice versa. There's a ping from my laptop as a new email arrives. It's from Anna. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, your new computer on loan. Slept very well, thank you, for some strange reason. Sir, I understood this computer was on loan, ergo not mine, Anna. Sir, with a capital S. The girl has been reading. Yes, that is the big thing when talking online. You cap to the dominant, meaning anytime somebody is calling me mistress, it better be spelled with a capital M or they are going to get ignored for 10 minutes as a punishment and then spanked afterwards until they learn that you will show me the respect of capitalizing that M because that is how you show respect online. The girl has been reading and possibly researching, and she's still talking to me. I grin stupidly at the email. This is good news. Though she's also telling me she doesn't want the computer. Well, that's frustrating. I shake my head amused. From Christian Gray. The computer is on loan indefinitely, Miss Steele. I note from your tone that you have read the documentation I gave you. Do you have any questions so far? I hit send. How long will it be before she responds? I resume reading my email as a distraction while I wait for her reply. There's an executive summary from Fred, the head of my telecom division, about the projects of our solar-powered tablet, one of my pet projects. It's ambitious, but a few of my business ventures matter more than this one, and I'm excited about it. Bringing affordable first world technology to the third world is something I'm determined to do. Because we're supposed to like him because he has, like, altruistic business practices, but he's, like, secretly evil. There's a ping from my computer. Another email from Miss Steele. From Anastasia Steele, Inquiring Minds. I have many questions, but not suitable for email, and some of us have to work for a living. I do not want or need a computer indefinitely. I'm sorry, are you retarded? And I mean that in the true sense of the word, not the misused one. But are you that stupid that you think you can survive in the world, in the work world, without having a work computer? No. Answer no. Nobody is this stupid in 2011 unless E.L. James is writing them. Nobody is that dumb. Nobody goes through university without a fucking computer. Ever. The tone of her email makes me smile, but it seems she's off to work, so this might be the last one for a while. Her reluctance to accept the damn computer is annoying, but I suppose it shows she's not acquiescive. She's no gold digger. Rare among the women I've known, yet Layla was the same. So we're going to find out Layla was like this close, but he just couldn't love her, and that's why she goes crazy and definitely ends up dead. Sir, I'm not. Oh, now he's having a flashback about Layla. Sir, I'm not deserving of this beautiful dress. You are. Take it, and I'll not hear another word on this. Understand? Yes, master. Good. And the style will suit you. In other words, he broke Layla down too much. She was probably already significantly broken, but he took her to the last level and then didn't know what to do with her. She was utterly devoted to him, worshipful even, would have sucked his dick in public anywhere he told her to, you know, and but that's why he didn't want her. She was too submissive. Ah, Layla. She was a good submissive, but she became too attached and I was the wrong man. Fortunately, that wasn't for long. She's married now and happy. I turned my attention back to Anna's email and reread. Some of us have to work for a living. The sassy wench is implying that I don't do any work. You don't! This is the fourth book I'm reading with your dumbass in it, and you don't work! At no point do you fucking work! And again, in the original series, he runs a telecom company, and in this one, it was explicitly stated by his idiot brother, who's turned into an idiot. He was successful. Now he's a loser douchebag. But his idiot brother now, he tells his idiot brother that it's a finance and, what is it? Finance and commerce company. So he's completely, the company, what he does for a living has completely changed. Again, as has his brother, as has her body, as has many, many other things, because she wrote this 4 years later after a lot of criticism, and I guess tried to soften some of those edges, but it's not working. Well, to hell with that. I spy Fred's rather dry summary report open on my desktop and decide to set the record straight with Anna. From Christian Grey, your new computer. Laters, baby. P.S. I work for a living too. No, you don't. I find it impossible to concentrate on my work, waiting for the telltale ping to announce a new email from Anna. When it comes, I look up immediately, but it's from Elena, and I'm surprised by my disappointment. From Elena, re the weekend. Christian, you work too hard. What's in Portland? Work? X. Elena, Esclava, the beauty. That's for you. And it says it's trademark. It wouldn't surprise me if they actually trademarked that and like tried to open a chain of salons under that name. Do I tell her? If I do, she'll call immediately with questions. And I'm not ready to divulge my weekend experiences yet. I type her a quick email saying it's work and get back to my reading. Andrea calls me at 9 and we run through my schedule. As I'm in Portland, I've asked her to set up a meeting with the president of the AVP of Economic Development at WSU to discuss the soil science project that we set up and their need for additional funding in the next fiscal year. Okay, Kitty's in my room. I thought he was meowing to get out, but I don't hear him. He's probably, I didn't let him in there that long ago, so he's probably still asleep. He's got a very baby meow when he wants out. He's not good at being loud. Unless he really has to pee, then he suddenly gets loud. Ugh. She agrees to cancel all my social engagements for this week and then connects me through to my first video conference of the day. At 3, I'm poring over some tablet design schematics that Barney has sent me when I'm disturbed by a knock at my door. The interruption is annoying, but for the moment, I hope that it's Miss Steele. It's Taylor. Yeah, why would she randomly be at your hotel room? Hello. I hope my voice doesn't reveal my disappointment. I have your clothes, Mr. Gray, he says politely. Come in. Can you hang them in the closet? I'm expecting my next conference call. Certainly, sir. He hurries into the bedroom carrying a couple of suit bags and a duffel. When he returns, I'm still waiting for my call. Taylor, I don't think I'm going to need you for the next couple of days. Why don't you take the time to see your daughter? That's very good of you, sir, but her mother and I... He stops, embarrassed. Like that, is it? I ask. He nods. Yes, sir. It will take some negotiating. Okay. Would Wednesday be better? I'll ask. Thank you, sir. Anything I can do to help? You do enough, sir. In other words, he bribes and controls everyone around him. And also, the age of Taylor's daughter goes from like 5 to college age between books. He doesn't want to talk about this. Okay. I think I'm going to need a printer. Can you arrange it? Yes, sir. Go to fucking Staples. He nods, and as he leaves, closing the door softly behind him, I frowned. I hope his ex-wife isn't giving him grief. I pay for his daughter's schooling as another incentive for him to stay in my employ. He's a good man, and I don't want to lose him. In other words, I'm prepared to threaten his ex-wife to give him as much kid access as I want because I like him being my personal assassin. Because we all know Taylor helps him bury the bodies. My phone rings. It's my conference call with Roz and Senator Blandino. My last call wraps up at 5:20. Stretching in my chair, I think about how productive I've been today. It's amazing how much more I get done when I'm not in the office. Only a couple of reports to read and I'm finished for the day. As I look out the window at the early evening sky, my mind strays to a certain potential submissive. He's like Forrest Gump thinking Jenny, only not sexy. I wonder how her day at Clayton's has been, pricing cable ties and measuring out lengths of rope. I hope one day I'll get to use them on her. The thought conjures images of her tethered in my playroom. I dwell on this for a moment, then quickly send her an email. All this waiting, working, and emailing is making me restless. I know how I'd like to release this pent-up energy, but I'll have to settle for a run. Yeah, that's what it is. That's why I call it workout equipment, call gym equipment, because that's what it is. Christian Gray, working for a living. Dear Miss Steele, I hope you had a good day at work. I change into my running gear. Taylor has brought me 2 more pairs of sweatpants. I'm sure that's Gail's doing. As I head towards the door, I check my email. She's replied. Anastasia Steele, working for a living. Sir, I had a very good day at work. Thank you, Anna. She hasn't done her homework. I email her back. Christian Gray, do the work. Miss Steele, delighted you had a good deal. Good day. While you are emailing, you're not researching. And, and rather than leave the room, I wait for her reply. She doesn't keep me waiting long. This is unhealthy. Anastasia Steele, nuisance. Mr. Gray, stop emailing me and I can start my assignment. I'd like another A. Anna. I laugh out loud. Yes, that A was something else. Closing my eyes, I see and feel her mouth around my cock once more. Oh, he's so delusional. Fuck. I bring my errant body to heel and press send on my reply and wait. We don't know what the reply is. From Christian Gray, impatient. Miss Steele, stop emailing me and do your assignment. I'd like to award another A. The first one was so well deserved. Go fuck yourself, sit and spin, fucking loser. Her response is not as immediate, and I feel a little crestfallen. I turn away and decide to go on my run, but as I open the door, a ping from my inbox pulls me back in. I'm pouring another glass of wine. We got like 3 pages left, and then I'm so done. I need food. You have anything if I could order like a fucking mess of Chinese food right now? That's not gonna happen for probably the rest of the year. Anastasia Steele, Internet Research. Mr. Gray, what would you suggest I put into a search engine? BDSM. Negative 50 Shades. There you go. Shit. Why didn't I think about this? I could have given her some books. Numerous websites spring to mind, but I don't want to frighten her off. Perhaps I should start with the most vanilla. Pornhub? Christian Gray, Internet Research. Miss Steele, always start with Wikipedia! Fuck off! No more emails unless you have questions. Understood? I get up from my desk thinking she won't respond, but as usual, she surprises me and does, and I can't resist. Anastasia Steele, subject bossy. Yes, sir. You're so bossy. Anna. Damn right, baby. Christian Gray, in control. If I see an email that labeled in control, I'm not even reading it. I'm just blocking you. Anastasia, you have no idea. Well, maybe an inkling now. Do the work. Show some restraint, Gray. Before she can distract me again, I'm out the door. With the Foo Fighters blaring in my ears, I run to the river. Run to the river, run to the rock. I see the Willamette at dawn, and now I want to see it at dusk. It's a fine evening, couples walking by the riverside, some sitting on the grass. A few tourists are cycling up and down the concourse. I avoid them, the music blaring in my ears. Miss Steele has questions. She's still in the game. But that's not a no. Our email exchange has given me hope, and I run under the Hawthorne Bridge as I reflect on how much at ease she is with the written word. More so than when she's speaking. Maybe this is her preferred medium of expression. Well, she has been studying English literature. I'm hoping that by the time I get back, there'll be another email. Maybe with questions. Maybe with some more of her sassy banter. Yeah, that's something to look forward to. Also, if you call this sassy, you have no idea what the fuck sass is, you fucking loser. No fucking clue at all. I'm a sassy goddamn female and fiery as fuck, and you couldn't handle me 5 minutes. I'd have him on his knees crying in 2 seconds because he's a fake Dom. Like, literally, within 5 minutes of being in the same room, he'd be on his knees weeping for, like, in an uncontrollable, hysterical way, and, like, I'd be fucking him up the ass with a strap on. And in between screaming in pain, he'd be thanking me for it. As I sprint down Main Street, I dare to hope she'll accept my proposition. The thought is exciting, invigorating even, and I pick up my pace, sprinting back to the Heathman. It's 8:15 when I sit back at my dining chair. I've eaten the wild Oregon salmon for dinner, courtesy of Miss Dark Eyes again. I still have half a glass of Sancerre to finish. My laptop is open and powered up, should any important emails arrive. I pick up the report I've printed out on the brownfield sites in Detroit. It would have to be Detroit, I grumble out loud and start to read. Which is also retconned that he now has this instinctual hatred of Detroit because, again, previously, he had no memory of ever being there, so it didn't matter. A few minutes later, I hear a ping. It's an email with "shocked of WSUV" written in the subject line. The heading makes me sit up. Anastasia Steele, shocked of WSUV. Okay, I've seen it enough. It was nice knowing you, Anna. Shit. I read it again. Fuck. It's a no. I stare at the screen in disbelief. Where did I stop? Okay. No discussion? Nothing? Just, it's been nice knowing you? What the fuck? Yeah, it's called being told no. Get used to it. But he's not going to. I sit back in my chair dumbfounded. Nice? 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 She thought it was more than nice when her head was thrown back and she came? Don't be so hasty, Gray. Maybe it's a joke. Some joke. I pull my laptop towards me and write a reply. Okay, he cannot even conceive of the fact that he's being told no. He's literally being told no and to fuck off and leave her alone, at least as it's to be interpreted. And yet, to him, he's like, no, she can't possibly be telling me no. She can't possibly be turning me down. And yet, Christian Grey, subject, nice. But as I stare at the screen, my fingers hovering over the keys, I can't think of what to say. How could she dismiss me so easily? Because fuck you, douchebag. Because she probably talked to Kate and got told, hey, he was really evil. And that's not how you deflower a virgin. And I know an entire porn channel that is literally devoted to the deflowering of virgins, and I quite enjoy most of their content. Sometimes not, but sometimes, most of the time, yes, because that is a thing that I enjoy. And yet, it's nothing like any of this because they're respectful and conscientious and caring of the women that appear on their videos. And yes, there's a certain male performer who is prominent in most of their videos who I definitely have had a few fantasies around. But again, deflowering is one of my fantasies and it's one of my role plays that I like to do a lot, and that's a me thing. And he fits well into that. So yeah. Her first fuck. How could she dismiss me when I was her first fuck, and yet so many men do this all the time? Get it together, Gray. What are your options? Maybe I should pay her a visit. Just to make sure it's a no, said every stalker in the history of ever. Maybe I can persuade her otherwise. Again, this is stalker commentary. This is in the mind of a fucking stalker. I certainly don't know what to say to this email. Perhaps she looked at some particularly hardcore sites. Why didn't I give her a few books? I don't believe this. She needs to look me in the eye and say no. No, she doesn't. Fuck you. Again, stalker. We're 5 seconds from done, and we're really close to being on time. More than I thought. I thought we were going to be an hour over. We're only 10 minutes over, so we did really good tonight. The fact that the last like 8 pages were emails and I could only read 2 lines really helped. But I planned it that way. I planned shit. I'm smart. Yep. I rub my chin as I formulate a plan. And excuse me. Moments later, I'm in my closet retrieving my tie. That tie. This steel isn't dead yet. From my messenger bag, I take some condoms and slide them into the back pocket of my pants. Then grab my jacket and a bottle of white wine from the minibar. A minibar doesn't have a full bottle of wine, you dipshit. Damn, it's a Chardonnay, but it will have to do. That's the better wine. Snatching my room key, I close the door and head towards the elevator to collect my car from the valet, and that's where I drew a goddamn line and said we would stop, so that's where we're stopping. As he's grabbing condoms and wine to go to a woman who has just, as far as he's concerned, rejected him. She said, "It's nice knowing you, goodbye." His response is, "How dare she reject me? She can't really mean it. I'm going to make her look me in the eyes and say no while I grab condoms and a bottle of wine, and I'm going to her address in the middle of the night right now." Because that's not a fucking, like, violent stalker at all. Like, how do I not highlight this entire fucking page? And also, he's got the tie. So he's planning to go to her place, like, shove a bottle of wine down her throat, tie her up again, and then fuck her. To show her, I'm the only one who can give you orgasms. I'm the only one who can give you sex like this. You belong to me. You can't say no to me. I'm not letting you go. That's effectively what we're getting here. But that's where we find ourselves stopping tonight because that was actually 55 pages, which is well over what we usually do. So that's all we're going to do. I am starving and not drunk enough. So we're calling it a night. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for everyone that sponsored a duck, even though we didn't get any new ducks and I didn't get cuffs, which is really disappointing. I really wanted cuffs tonight. Above anything else, I wanted handcuffs. That's what I always want. That's what I always want first and foremost, and have not had for several weeks, which is making me sad. But we'll deal with it. I hope everyone had a good time. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Please love yourself, love your fur babies, whatever your personal kink is, as long as you're not hurting anybody who doesn't want to be hurt. Enjoy it and enjoy yourself. I've been Insane Lane, and I will see you next week for book club. Please come back and celebrate and talk with us and distract me as much as possible. I love you all for it. See you later. Hope you had a good time. Laugh at us very much. And please spread this video around. Post it around. We need to grow our membership. So tell a friend, invite a friend for a good laugh. And I'll see you next week. Bye, everyone. Good night. Good night and sweet dreams, and take care of you.